Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. You're on the desk with myself, DK, and S. Proxy. S, it's been a minute, but welcome back. We're getting ready to hop into the action. And of course, quite a high expectation moving into day number 3 right here for phase 2.
I am so glad to be back. It's literally been a week and I have missed the most amount of action we could have possibly expected. I mean, Triple Esports just jumping up, Black Hand getting some winner chicken dinners. I saw the viewers going absolutely mad for that as well. So glad to be back and I feel like it's really going to start heating up as of today.
Yeah, as we know, it is it's potentially that turning point, right? We saw it come through in phase 1, where the point in which we hit that third day, where the teams really started to up the ante and really starting to focus on getting those points secured. As you've already pointed out, right, the first 2 days quite exciting, a lot of action unfolding there. But now, as we're getting ready to move into this weekend, I think there's going to be quite a bit up on the table. I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to have the return of Triple Esports maybe making a bit of a feature here.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke a little bit off camera. Are we going to see Triple Esports come back again to be at the top of the lobby at the end of the week to get that maximum bonus point awarding? Are we finally going to get a team being semi-consistent when it comes to those bonus points? Because we haven't had a team have such a dominating presence that they've taken the highest amount of bonus points every single week back to back. Even just one back to back would have been good, but so far the competition has been so high. And you know what? I wouldn't be too stressed if it stays that way. We love a little bit of action, we love a little bit of challenge, and the teams need to, step it up.
Yes, yes, and we'll find out soon enough whether or not that is going to be the case. But of course, let's take a look at the format to remind our viewers as to how we are going to be proceeding through this. We are currently still within that league stage. So, as we know, right, 5 days, all 20 teams competing, not a single super weekend in sight. And only the top 16 teams get to move forward into the finals, where it's going to be 3 days of non stop action, but we add in an additional map, moving into 6 matches. And it's going to be a pretty sweaty show based on what we've already been seeing just on these previous 7 days of action.
Yeah, look, I mean, by now the teams are used to the format, they know what to do, and they know that every single day of play is important. I mean, it's impacting not only their overall standings for this week, but also in the general rankings. The end of all 3 weeks, they are also competing for a set of bonus points there. So there's a lot of impact in every single match that they're playing. They only have 4 matches per day. Obviously, we're here for all 5, but as the groups get shuffled and as the teams get shuffled, it really starts to cut down their opportunities day by day.
Yep, it definitely does. But one way to ensure that the teams are able to capitalize on all the available opportunities is through utilizing our new point system. As we saw coming into 2023, everything changed ever so slightly. We went from 15 points for pole position down to 10 points for pole position. And of course, if you land anywhere in between that 9th to 16th place, there's not a single placement point that would be awarded, but you can still make up for that by utilizing the 1 point awarded per elimination.
Yeah, and that has been the meta. That has been the push that we've seen from these teams. I mean, just yesterday we had Wave and Titan with crazy elimination games, 16 and 15 eliminations respectively, on top of their winner chicken dinner, and that has been the overall strategy that these teams have been taking through into each and every game. They have to be aggressive. They have to take fight, and they need to start the engagements in order to be awarded these lovely elimination points. So teams have been a lot more aggressive, and it's been a lot more entertaining for us to obviously witness how these teams have been adapting.
Yep. And of course, as we know, adaptation is going to be quite essential in order for these teams to succeed, right? To make it through not only into the top 16 at the end of the league stage, but also to make it up into the top 12 at the end of the week to play that Vikendi map. And as we know, it gives the teams that extra opportunity to solidify their position and gain even more bonus points, as you've already given us a bit of a breakdown as to those bonus point distributions.
Yeah, look, it's nothing to scoff at. The ability that you could possibly, at a maximum, like we said, if you are one of those teams that happen to dominate week by week by week over towards the overall standings as well, then you could be taking a maximum of 80 points into the finals. That is a safety net that is going to guarantee you some breathing room. That's going to guarantee you 1 or 2 games where if you're not at your absolute best in that finals weekend, it's okay because you've done the work now. You've set yourself up with a foundation that is going to keep you covered as we move into the finals because we know as soon as one team drops the ball, the rest are going to catch it and they're going to be running away with it, trying to make sure that they're going to be the champions of PMPL Africa.
Yeah, and I mean, things are looking pretty exciting, right? We've had a bit of a look at the weekly points. We've had a look at the grand total points. So there's quite a bit that's going to be happening. We are seeing a little bit of a gap starting to be created here on several factors, actually. But as we know, essentially the teams are playing for their share of that prize pool as well, right? So moving into the league stage, each team will be awarded the exact same amount for their performance here. We do have the MVP award as well coming through, but then there's also the addition of that Vikendi rewards that the teams could look to capitalize on. We'll get into that in a quick moment. But of course, once you make it into the finals, that's where you get the biggest share of this overall prize pool.
Absolutely, and everyone will be gunning for that because not only are you playing for some fantastic, fantastic prize pools, but you're also playing for that opportunity to be able to move further, to go past PMPL Africa, to move into the MEA Champs, to get your slot, to get your opportunity to, who knows, maybe even land yourself a seat in PMGC. We saw CRYPTICS and Titans making that happen, and we want to see more PMPL Africa teams make it all the way to the top.
Well, it's going to be a pretty tough play, as we know. There's one guaranteed seat, and the rest is going to take a whole lot of work to get secured. But speaking about work, right, as we move into our Vikendi rewards, we can see the glorious Robin Hood, which we've not really seen much of. We haven't seen any of those crossbow elims come through just yet. Maybe it could change up in this week. But of course, then we have the Look at My Style, the one-man army, our viewer's choice, and of course, the focus on elims.
There we go. And I mean, in terms of just all of these opportunities, I feel like the Look at My Style is something that most of these teams are very, very familiar with. We've seen the vehicle, eliminations, we've seen the grenades, but we haven't seen the pans. So a little bit of pan action needs to come through. Maybe they need to bring some pan action into the other maps, but they definitely need to be ready for Vikendi. Ultimately, though, it's a bonus to get yourself to the top, and the teams need to have fun while they're doing it. They need to keep their momentum high, and we need to see the best possible play they can bring to the table.
Yeah, and I mean, getting into Vikendi is going to be important because, as we saw just on the back of the first phase, right, there is a little bit of a gap that is starting to be created between the teams that played Vikendi and the teams that didn't make it to that point. So I want to see how the teams are going to be bringing in that extra pressure, that extra heat, moving into this week's Vikendi. But of course, we also know that there's still quite a bit of a way to go. So let's take a quick look at that calendar as well.
Yeah, so I mean, I've been away for a week. I've missed a little bit of PMPL action, but it's okay. But we're back into week number 2, the 31st, 1st, and 2nd. That's going to be the last 3 days of phase 2, and then we'll know who's going to be grabbing those bonus points, and then obviously rinse and repeat for next week before we get to those finals. That weekend is going to be stacked with action, and the teams need to make sure they get as many of those bonus points, as we keep saying, as many of that opportunity as they can to make sure that they're safe and obviously that they qualify for the finals.
Yep, and gonna demand a little bit of additional focus for the teams to be able to maintain a good steady flow of those points coming through. And I mean, we are stepping into the third day, a day in which we expect the teams to really look to hunker down. But I think the craziest day that we'll probably have should be tomorrow, as the teams have now had that opportunity to assess the pool today, because we know we've had that break day as well. So it provides the teams with a bit of an opportunity to get those VOD reviews done, to come up with a good, well, strategy to compete against their opponents. And of course, for those who might not have seen this, this is again just our group breakdown for this week.
Yeah, it looks a little bit different since I've seen it because we're changing up these groups every single week. Obviously, Titans, some things are still staying the same. Titans still finding themselves in Group B, but ultimately we spread amongst and I don't know who's shuffling these groups. Thankfully, we don't have to do that, but at least we're seeing a little bit more of a balance coming through from some of these teams. I mean, we're focusing on, the likes of, our big heavy hitters like Titan, Wave, and the World of Battle for this week, who are currently leading the top 3. But there is still something to say for some of the teams like TIMEOUT, Vampires, and MEA Esports, waiting to see what they can bring to the table. As we're hitting that halfway marker, we need these teams to now step up. Otherwise, they might be in danger of not making it.
Yeah, and it could be quite a trying play to be to try and secure those positions, as we saw a very strong representation coming in, the teams just stepping up. I mean, the World of Battle really breaking out of the woodwork this week, stepping up, bringing in quite a bit of a consistent performance, and I want to see how that is then going to translate coming into this third day.
I'm very curious to see as well. Look, it's always getting to that point where, again, we keep talking about it. If you let one of the teams run past you just for 1 or 2 games, it is so much tougher to try and catch up to them, because we have teams that are running away from, single games, picking up 26 points. I mean, yesterday, Wave Esports finished with 26 points from one single map. So to be able to try and now catch up to a team that's exponentially growing their overall standings, it just gets tougher the longer that you leave it be. So I'm really hoping that the teams, as you mentioned, took that day where they could do some VOD reviews, see what's going on, see what's working for them, what's not working for them, how those rotations are working, what's not really working for them, maybe where they could drop instead, or how they could take a rotation instead, and bring that in. And this has to be the point where they need to bring it in. I mean, we're halfway through to the finals.
I mean, yeah, we're almost halfway through, right? As we get through today's proceeding, we'll be making our way towards that. But of course, we'd also love to use this opportunity to remind our viewers about the new Royal Pass for month 21 that is now available. So be sure to check out the video to see the highlight moments of the Blaster Tank, the Dark Rain set, and the Gram High set. So let's take a look. Some pretty exciting skins that we can see right there. But of course, also a mad shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. So, we really appreciate everything that they've been allowing this event to become. And we can see the teams really looking to rise to the occasion. But speaking about rising to the occasion, we are also then going to be taking a look at the overall rankings for this week to get an idea as to where the teams are, who needs to put in the most work here today to try and elevate their current positioning on the overall standings.
Look, we mentioned a few of those heavy hitters, Titans and Wave Esports, yesterday, bringing in some crazy elimination games, but we can see that it doesn't just stop there. Yes, they currently are 2 leaders, but there's not too far of a gap between second and third place. The World of Battle trailing behind Wave, not too far off with 77 to those 98, and then just 2 points behind them is Triple Esports, who we know had an absolutely smashing week yesterday, at the end of the week actually topping the log. So still massive opportunity. We saw some teams, specifically like Triple, that just on the weekend, on that Friday, after that 1-day break, they brought the heat, they brought that challenge to the rest of the team. So I would not be surprised if all of a sudden today we see a completely different team rising to the top and really start to just sprint up that leaderboard.
Yeah, and we're actually seeing a little bit of a point difference starting to come through, especially only on this first page. I mean, there's 55 points currently separating first from 8th place, so that's a bit of a gap. But maybe they could look to try and close up these different gaps as they move through. But I also want to today see some of our teams sat over on towards that second page, right? Really bringing in that extra boost in momentum, just hunkering down, looking for a little bit more of an aggressive push, right? Like CRYPTICS, Greedy, or potentially even the players from Arab making that push on through, right? Arab Golden Esports. But the Raad and Smash team, they're also right there. There's a lot of potential for them to catch up. And it's only 6 points separating Smash and Raad from that 8th place.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still looking at Black Hand, Vista Gaming, and TEAMLAG, looking to see what they can bring to the party. I mean, in terms of eliminations, you can see Black Hand is catching up to the rest, but we need to see a little bit more action. We need to see these teams, trying to climb as far as they can up the leaderboard, especially this page right here. We said it. In terms of your general ranking, in terms of your overall ranking, what we're looking at now, you want to be able to get as many points as you possibly can. We know Esports had a tough week last week. We can look at the same, for Vampires and Timeout in terms of where they're currently sitting. So let's see them bring that energy. Let's see them bring that prowess to really capitalize on the opportunities coming.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen that increase in performance come through from Smash Team. We know Phase 1, at the end of Phase 1, they were sitting all the way down in 18th place. But now this week, they've already upped the ante putting in quite a bit of a push to try and elevate that ranking even further. And so far, it seems like it's paying off. So if a team like Smash is able to get themselves out of that third page, I would expect to see the same from our other teams that we've got there. I really want to see what is up the sleeve for a team like TIMEOUT and even the players coming through there from Mo Esports, right? A lot of the tactics you could see there's a lot of thought that has been put into the position, but sometimes it's just that execution that doesn't necessarily always work out according to plan.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned it briefly in the first week, what we just saw from them for the first few days. It was immediately evident that they're losing players very early on because they're taking that spread out approach. When they drop a site, they go for the smaller drop loots, and so they have to do that individually, unfortunately, because it doesn't make sense to have like 4 people dropping on a shack. But it happens, and then they get caught out as teams are making those early rotations, and that's where a little bit of the craziness happens. So let's see if they can use that to their advantage today.
Well, of course, as we know today, let's take a quick look at the schedule. There is going to be a little bit of a change up in that map rotation moving into day number 3, right? We are going to be starting the day off with all the Sanhok action we can muster. And then we'll head over into a back-to-back Erangel, followed up by a back-to-back Miramar. So still a very balanced day with regards to the rotations, right? Day 1, day 3, day 5 has about an equal share of each of these maps. We know it's on day 2 and day 4 where we get either the Erangel heavy day or the Miramar heavy day. So I want to see what the teams are going to look to bring through here. Already having that taste come through from day number 2 with way more Miramars, how they are going to be adapting to a more balanced approach yet again.
Yeah, I mean, for Group A, B, and E, I hope they're ready for some Erangel action since they're going to be sitting in that double Erangel back to back. And the same could be said there for C, D, E. If they're not, solid with their Miramar, then it's going to be a bit of a tough time today. But I'm so happy we're starting with Sanhok. I mean, I saw you guys starting on Friday last week with a Sanhok little dirty action, and I was so jealous. And now it's my turn because I just love to see these teams. I mean, what a way to warm up. Drop you into the jungle, wake up, here you go. You've only got like half of the space you normally do, and you're fighting against 16 other teams. Good luck.
I mean, it's gonna be pretty sweaty, but what better way to get the action started with all the Sanhok action we can handle? I think it's a good way for these teams to really, get the day off to strong footing because they've already had the opportunity to do all the necessary assessment, or well, rather, all the assessment they could get jammed into one day. And now we want to see how that is all going to pan out as the teams step up. We know Sanhok a map to be very lenient towards aggression, right? Several of the opportunities that present itself will allow these teams to try and capitalize on elims, and maybe, if they're lucky, also add a few of those placement points to the tally.
And what I like about Sanhok is obviously, as you said, it's leaning into that aggression because it gives you that opportunity to jump into the third-party action. It gives you that opportunity to just surprise your neighbors, take some of their eliminations away from them if you really feel like it. And hopefully we'll be seeing a little bit more of a balanced elimination pool towards the end of the Sanhok, especially for the teams who are trying to catch up.
Well, let's see how much of a catch-up game we'll be having right here as the teams continue to now disembark. Sanhok also not one of those maps we really need to be all too worried about the flight path. I mean, looking at where it is right now, a little bit more north than what is necessarily comfortable. It's still going to allow very good access to a lot of our areas, right? A position like Nakam, Sami, Tabang, Ruins, maybe even Camp Charlie. It's going to be a little bit more challenging to reach there, but if the teams are refocused on getting there, they'll be able to get the job done. They might have to run a little bit.
Yeah, but it's Sanhok. You can do the travel on a Vespa. We've seen that happen before, so we'll just have to wait and see what that zone is going to be giving us. I mean, we might be going a little bit more south. I mean, the last Sanhok we saw, it was a bit of a northern zone, so I would love to see a little bit of that southern action. Maybe we can involve some cave, shenanigans, because we always do love a little bit of cave shenanigans. Or perhaps we can center around Painan. So, okay, that's not too bad. I mean, there's a lot of interesting points of interest there in that little section there. So maybe we're going to have a bit of a fun central zone.
Yeah, a whole lot of interesting points of interest that the teams could be pointing towards to get us interested in the action here, as they now get to get into a little bit of a showdown. It is going to be Camp Bravo. Where rather, we'll have the first bit of it. It is going to be Raad and the Vampires. And it seems like Vampires, they've already got themselves pretty well set up with regards to the early weapons. But look at that, Gofu, not even going to be needing any introduction. as they just come stepping up, but it's a very fair trade on either side now.
Yeah, this is giving me a little bit of deja vu with seeing Vampires just rolling on through. Unfortunately for Ra'ad, going to be losing to almost immediately, and Vampires still hot on the trail, looking for the remaining members so that they can get this team wipe and immediately start off their Sanhok. With 4 eliminations, that would be a massive leap into such a tiny map.
Yeah, it could definitely be the exact kind of lead or leap that they would need to get through. This is where things change a little bit now, right? Ra'ad having to try and rethink that approach. They've already shown quite a bit of aggression coming through just back on Wednesday. But are they going to be able to pick up the pieces here once again? As it is now Vampires, already 2 elims up. And this is not the easiest position to fight in. I mean, all our camps, right? Camp Charlie, Camp Alpha, and Bravo all have a very, very challenging approach to take, especially with regards to the hard cover and covering all these angles.
Yeah, look, it's the multi-level. I mean, the ramps you can take up to the roof and just get a vertical advantage on your enemies. It's fun, but it's a double-edged sword. I mean, they can do the exact same thing to you. So Ra'ad, now with 2 members down, it's going to be quite a disadvantage now for them to deal with, especially as Vampires are systematically just going through the compounds, slowly but surely closing in on Ra'ad's current position. So they might be looking for a duck and dive real soon as they can get out of here, because I don't know, a 2v4 is going to be quite tough, especially currently with their positions, with the gear that they have on them. I would rather just leave. Just disengage, just keep your numbers high, and hopefully you'll be able to just get those eliminations back in some other way.
Well, I mean, Ra'ad could take this in 2 different approaches, right? They could either look to just hold on and wait to find a bit of a play, or they could look to disengage, but it seems like they are going to be trying to stand their ground. Up comes the rush to the Porsche, and that is Ed. Vampires now just pulling the last little bit of life out of Ra'ad, looking to claim their 4 eliminations.
You know what? I somewhat respect it. They were trying to stand their ground there. You know, not not give up their drop side to Vampires even after the incredible jump that they got with those early eliminations. So it's not too bad. Sometimes you have to fight it out. Sometimes you don't have the opportunity to run away. So we understand. And now we look to see what the rest of the teams are going to be bringing into the action. Taking a look over here at Smash. Smash is one of those teams that we're waiting for, one of the teams that we want to see a little bit more from. I mean, they have such an interesting lineup, and we've seen what this lineup can do in the past. I mean, Elias, Blacklost, Ban, I mean, I remember losing my mind once because Ban was just throwing nades like you couldn't imagine. Just pinpoint accuracy, man. So let's see a little bit more of that. RUKH Esports as well. I mean, they were our shining stars in the first few days of week number 1, just bringing out this Titan-esque performance. We thought they were the new CRYPTICS or the new Titans, and obviously, then Titans had to step up. CRYPTICS also had to step up and claim their name back. But now we need to see that performance coming through. I mean, they're so close on that overall standing. They can still catch to the top, and they can still get themselves that maximum bonus point.
Yeah, they definitely could. I mean, even looking at the performances coming through on the previous 2 days that we've had, I mean, the first day of this phase, I mean, they didn't go all too bad, but look at this, though. Blackjack, Lag, getting into a little bit of an altercation here. Fair trade either side. Oh, yeah, A9Q just making that mad rush. Up comes Mexico as well, and, I mean, Blackjack so far only losing 1, and this looks to be quite a troubling play now, especially for Lag.
My goodness, Blackjack Esports. I'm awake. If I wasn't awake before, I'm definitely awake now, just rolling in on Lag territory, and in a matter of seconds, taking 3 members here of Lag Esports. I'm so sorry. Eflex, I don't know how you're going to get out of this, but just keep running. Maybe you get lucky. I'm not too sure. But that is fantastic work here from Blackjack Esports. Again, this is why I just love starting with Sanhok. Can we just make this a thing? Can we just start with Sanhok a little bit more often? I mean, the teams have so much energy now. I feel like the rest of this day is also just going to start flying because we have the teams being so active, being so aggressive, which is the meta that pays off.
It definitely is a meta that pays off, but Eflex also just managing to evade the players here from Arab Golden, and I think that is a very fortunate turn of events because the entirety of Arab Golden just sitting in and around this quarry position, but it does seem like Eflex are just trying to hunker down a little bit, sneaking into a little bit of a compound and waiting behind the door, pulling a little bit of that Raouf. play here, just holding on. Oh, but out comes the players here from timeout. Also now stepping out into the fray. As you can see, those knocks, the eliminations also being secured, but they do find a little bit of an angle over on towards Blackjack. This is where we want to see how this is going to unravel. Will we have Arab Golden now jumping at the opportunity? Yes, is the answer. As you can see, RUKH now reaching in and finding a bit of a knock.
Yeah, timeout, they are just cut into a sandwich of lead at this point in time. Everyone having an opportunity to just give them a warm welcome. And it's not the welcome they were looking for, unfortunately. Already dropping Hazard. Desha will be rezzed on up, and hopefully we'll have an opportunity to get some mids on in. But it's Blackjack Esports and Arab Golden that's going to be keeping them pincered. We do see Arab Golden. They've got a bit of distractions to deal with. Blackjack is slowly but surely inching their way forward, seeing if they can close that gap and potentially find a few more eliminations. They've done it to lag. Can they do it to timeout?
Well, we'll find out soon enough whether or not they can do it. Oh, Hamori does get spotted as the beautiful spray comes through now from timeout, but we still have E-Flex just hanging in the wings, so there could be a little bit of a surprise coming through on that front as well. But for the time being, timeout, and of course the different Blackjack, keeping their scopes focused on each other. This is where I like what I'm seeing with that smoke utilization, not really obstructing Blackjack's vision, but making it just that extra little bit more challenging for timeout to reach in and get that confirmation.
Absolutely, and again, just wasting that time whittling down this opportunity. I mean, at the end of the day, they're doing all of this outside of the zone. That blue zone is slowly but surely moving in. We can see it's creeping in on that mini map. So sooner or later, these teams are going to have to give up this little bit of contention that they're currently running with and jump onto their Vespas and get out of here, because that zone is going to be a fun one. Moving in from the side that they're running at, there's quite a few teams that are waiting in center for them. You can see closer towards Painan. I mean, we've got VISTA Gaming, URUS Esports. We've got a little bit of a few other teams closing the gap. URUS already picking up VISTA. Now this is where things are going to start breaking up because they have so little space to work with that river just cutting the circle down in half.
Then, of course, we have the addition of the or rather the World of Battle pulling up on the hilltop. Just looking to see if they can maybe peer in and find a bit of an opportunity. But Vista showing a really great awareness, just scouting out the territory. Ooh. And now we do have the players here from Triple and Titan getting into a bit of an altercation. I like this position coming through from Titan. Nice elevation that they have here. And it's going to make it just that extra little bit more challenging for Triple to get a good, concise angle on them.
Yeah, look, I mean, these are two teams that have absolutely just been gunning for the top spot in the last couple of days, and now, well, they get to go one-on-one. But we know Titans and Sanhok, DK. We know they have a long history with just absolutely dominating on the map. So we'll have to wait and see what Triple can do. The World of Battle, in the meanwhile, finding URUS Esports, and yeah, URUS, they are standing strong. They are holding their ground. I like it. 2 eliminations already in the pocket. You can hear a few shots still raining on through, so they're not quite yet out of danger. But they've got a good amount of cover, and they have a really good central position in the zone. So they can hunker down a little bit. They can try and find a gap to run on through.
Yep, now it's going to be a little bit more of an important play coming through here for Vista. I mean, they've got a very centered angle. We know this is the kind of central point where a lot of the teams like to cross through, especially from the east to the west and vice versa. But where will this move towards next, as we do see that blue zone is going to be closing through. We still have Vampires hanging out in the blue. Blackjack going for a 2-2 split moving in, but this is now a great opportunity for MEA Esports, who are going to be contested, heavily contested for that central zone position.
Hey, MEA Esports, I mean, they didn't drop those members early on, like we were alluding to, which happened on the first few days last week. So now that they have a central position, they've got their players, this is a massive opportunity for them to really run with some of those eliminations, maybe pick up a really good finish. The same can be said for VISTA Gaming, just on the other side of that river. Really central position, a lot of cover to deal with, and they know the teams have to come to them. They know the teams are going to be just, slowly but surely getting over those mountain ridges. As we can see, Titans descending upon Triple Esports.
Ooh, Nice spray going through there from Old Boy, but out comes the rest of Titans. Axa now knocking on the door, looking for the jump on Old Boy. Instead, sends the molly inside, but Old Boy can hear that coming, tries to get the spray, but that AK is just so devastating at close range. Axa with a quick changeover onto the UMP to drive that last little bit home, but they're not out of the pressure cooker just yet because we've got quite a bit of those third-party players coming through. Black Hand and Wave, both teams looking to contribute to the carnage.
Come on, let's bring in a little bit more of the action. I mean, it's a little too quiet for me. Come on, let's see everyone just gunning it for those top spots. Mo Esports, we said it, they have a massive opportunity here just to give some of the other teams a warm welcome. Hopefully they can get some of those shots connected. Already one elimination in the pocket. Let's get more. Let's get them as many eliminations as possible so that this is one of the maps where they start, they climb back onto that leaderboard. I think that opportunity is there for a lot of the teams that are looking to capitalize. Vampires already. They were one of the teams we mentioned. They've already picked up those 4 eliminations. So again, I'm just gonna keep saying Sanhok starting the day. It's looking kind of good.
Yeah, it definitely is looking kind of good. But now let's see how much good the players here from URUS can do. They've spotted out the movements coming through here from Blackjack. And this is a very, very trying position, especially with the addition of VISTA just hanging around back in towards Painan. But now Hamodi and everyone just trying to play these positions. A very cautious approach coming through from the side of URUS, but I like what RUKH is doing, moving to get more elevation and maybe a bit of a reach down into the side of Blackjack.
Hey, you know, RUKH and Sanhok, like, if someone clutches like a 1v4, do we just call it like the RUKH? They've pulled the RUKH. You know, they brought in that clutch. I feel like he needs to copyright a move here or something, but they know how to play around Sanhok. They know how to play around these compounds. We've seen it once before. Black Hand, another team that we've been highlighting. We know there's a lot of supporters for Black Hand in the chat, so let's see if they can make them proud starting off the day here on Sanhok, already surrounding Titans. An opportunity for them to potentially get that engagement. Maybe Titans gets a little bit distracted by some of the teams more towards the center, and then that could be the exact moment that Black Hand can strike. And that zone shift is going to mean that both Black Hand, Titan, and all of these teams on the surrounding outskirts of Painan actually now need to get a move on.
Yeah, they need to get their butts in gear, right? They need to push, and that's what we want to see. Of course, this could now also mean the end for eFlex, especially if the Vampires do spot them, but they're also having to battle with the blue zone. It's fortunately only the 3rd or 4th stage, and it has gone up with the amount of damage that it delivers. But let's see whether or not eFlex will be able to manage this and maintain a steady flow on forward. In the meanwhile, Vampires are going to be looking to prioritize that position in the zone. Instead, it is going to be Smash Team now just putting a bit of a halt to that initial play. Ooh. But eFlex managing to get themselves at least into somewhat of a safe position. What?
Oh, hello. was that at, yeah, that was Black Hand. Black Hand picked up Titans. I said it. I mean, they had Titans basically surrounded. Titans had to get a move on for the zone. So, there we go. We've got a little bit of an action already starting. Smash as well, finding a good connection onto Vampires. Let's see some of this action starting to unfold as the teams have to close the gap into center. Oh no, eFlex I think has been spotted after they just narrowly made it into the blue. And yeah, I don't know. Do you go for this? Do you just no? You take a bullet to the face. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, that's one approach. That is one way to deal with the threats, and that is going to be TEAMLAG getting sent on back alongside, of course, the players coming through on the side of the board, right? You can see TIMEOUT also being one of our most recent teams to have to pack up their bags. But here we have it. Vampires, look and see if they can spot the opportunity on towards Smash. As Ninja now does exactly what their name suggests, just flying up a few of the obstacles here, but they've not yet been able to secure that footing, and now they find themselves exposed as Smash pop in even more hits. So there we go, the knock is secured.
There we go, and this is massive for Vampires if they can win out this contention, because they know Smash is sitting on the overall standings right up ahead of them, so this would be not only a massive jump for their standings in Sanhok, but also just on the overall. But slowly but surely we can see that damage just rolling on through. Smash have put up an impenetrable wall that Vampires unfortunately just cannot find a way to sneak around.
Oh, yep. Yes. And then of course you add the don't be silly into that, and you know it's just tickets. That is the end of the road for the Vampires. But now we wait to see where the zone goes. It does move slightly more on towards that western side. And this is the opportunity now for Hand to get that position over on towards Wave, but also on this northern edge for RUKH and MEA Esports to continue their altercation. But a lot of utilities being sent all over the place, and both teams still holding on to all 4 players.
Oh, absolutely. Ooh, the nades, the utility, it is just delicious. MEA Esports, we said it, in that central position with all the players left, but now here come RUKH Esports to take the dream away from them. Vortex holding a beautiful angle, is actually going to find that connection, and just for a moment, give the rest of the team some space, some breathing room to try and recuperate.
Well, now it's going to be all pressure on MEA because they are trying to gatekeep the res here from RUKH, not wanting to allow them that entry point. But it is going to be Rami now just rushing on forward. Maybe trying to get that res on their teammate. No, instead turning their focus on towards Vortex. And this is a beautiful pile-up as RUKH now rush on forward. That is it. And MEA losing yet another player, not out of the woods. No, wait, sorry, they are. They've all just been eliminated. And that is not the kind of play that MEA would have wanted, but a very valiant effort coming through from them. We also see the players from Arab Golden Esports getting sent back.
MEA Esports finishing with a top 9 finish with 1 elim. It's better, but we want more. But we'll wait for them to come back. Now we need to focus on what Blackjack Esports are getting up to. And we said it, man. Sanhok, Rauf, I mean, come on. Now they're just a wombo combo, and they're going to be bringing in the action all the way down to Phonics as the last remaining member here, just on the edge of the zone, trying to find their way in. A lot of those surrounding teams are going to make it a lot harder as soon as they move away from these compounds. Right now, though, it's just URUS that they need to deal with. But we can see just on that high line, Smash Esports alone on the top of this ridgeline.
Oh, that could be a glorious position for them. But now it's going to be Phonics who test it. Rauf stepping up, coming in with that M4. Already Phonics getting that nade rather at the ready, and this could be the jump now, but it's going to be a dance around the shack and a full send as URUS move in. Oh, they find Phonics, and that is Blackjack getting backed up. Now, it is still going to be Blackhand and Wave fighting for contention and possession of at least that western side of the waterway, but as we know, it's not within the zone, so VISTA essentially going to be leveraging their position here.
We said it. It was between MEA Esports and VISTA in terms of their central location here towards Pine Nun. The compounds that they hold, they're one of the only teams now that are holding such a beautiful amount of cover. And I mean, just the position that they have, they've got an opportunity to pin down Blackhand and Wave Esports. Then behind them, they just need to deal with Smash and RUKH, who might be taking each other out already as they're facing each other. But we'll wait and see. How can VISTA play this? How can they turn this into a winner-winner chicken dinner for them?
Oh, it's going to take a whole lot of work and determination. We know that they are capable of either of those. But will they have that hand now being dealt for them? Here we go. It's one knock, slowly trying to just advance their way forward. Using up so much utility. But I like that position coming through from VISTA. Now as we return to the eastern side, up onto that hilltop. It's going to be a RUKH and Smoke now going toe-to-toe, or rather Smash, as the hits connect on through. Let's see, will RUKH Esports be able to get the jump and just, well, maybe challenge the players here from Smash? Oh, beautiful hits with the DBS coming in. It is going to be Pusher just holding on the back end. Again, the shots slewing on through. And there we have it. It is RUKH eliminated. Smash being able to go for yet another one, already up on 9 eliminations. 11, sorry, 11.
They are here to take the W, but they still have to descend down this mountain into the crosshairs of VISTA Esports. And VISTA, VISTA Gaming, this is exactly what they wanted. They wanted Smash and RUKH to take each other out. There we're going to be seeing the last member of URUS unfortunately being eliminated. Sorry, goodbye, Weiss. But now it is down to these last 2 remaining teams. And again, I'm still going to be going with VISTA on this one in terms of the location they have. Smash have to descend down the mountain, and there's not a lot of cover that you can use. It's only really these trees. As soon as they get past this little outhouse, VISTA have full coverage on exactly where Smash is going to be actually coming from.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely look to have the better positioning here, so this could have been a glorious run now for Smash, already up to those 12 elims, but now comes the hard work. How on earth are they going to get themselves out of that elevation and back into this next zone? There's already a bit of an anchor point being set up by Ilyas, but the rest of the squad now adopting a more northern flank as they move up, trying to just evade the line of sight, but it is going to be a very, very tough effort here as Kakao already spots that out and now looks to leverage this opportunity.
They've got the coverage. Yes, they are one man down, but if they can just make sure that they get these connections, make sure that they get these shots, they could easily take Smash down. Smash with a very difficult journey up ahead of them. But will they be able to make use of their numbers advantage, already taking that 3-1 split, potentially trying to flank out a few of the remaining members here of VISTA Gaming who are hunkered down and trying to spot them out?
Oh, this is looking very risky. It's going to be a boot now, just trying to play from the window, but this hard cover just working out so phenomenally as they find two already. Now it is going to be Rolex trying to move up, but the shots connect on through, and that is Smash now down to their final hopeful. Off goes the head as Blast gets confirmed, and that is a clean sweep. Vista taking the dub with a glorious performance. Only 3 players to defend that final zone, and well, they stepped up and performed like, well, beasts.
This is what we need. I mean, prime positioning, making sure that they have the best cover, making sure that they have the best opportunities, and then just systematically taking out their opponents. And again, everything fell in place for Vista. The fact that RUKH actually went against Smash, that's one of the competitors that are taking care of themselves. Then they went and they cleaned up URUS, and well, yeah, then they had to run down a mountain into the open with Vista just waiting and looking on. So perfect opportunity, perfect win condition there for Vista Gaming. So not too surprised, and they picked up a very good amount of eliminations alongside Smash. I think Smash was around 11 or 12 eliminations.
Yeah, it was sitting on 12. Yeah, 12 eliminations as they made it into that final zone. As we saw Vista, they were only sitting on 7, but the way that they just dealt with that zone, they were able to not only claim that winner chicken dinner, but also do so with 11 elims in total. So again, an absolutely phenomenal performance. You gotta give it up to the players there from Smash, because I think they've just been doing such phenomenal work. It's a pity that the zone punished them quite a bit moving into that last stage, but either which way, still a glorious game being played by Smash as well.
Look, being zone blessed, it's it really does make a difference. But also just the positioning that Vista took. I mean, they had those compounds on lockdown, you know, almost immediately when we had that Pine zone confirmed. So good work on them. Rotations have been absolutely crispy today, and I'm so glad we started with Sanhok again. Just can we do this more?
Well, we know the answer for now, right? We only have 1 day of that happening throughout this PMPL, but let's take a quick look at the highlights from this past match. All right, so I mean, some pretty exciting highlights coming through there. You can see even is starting to tear up a little bit because it was just so exciting to look at. You okay on that end? You sound okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't look okay though.
Don't ask me a little bit later, okay?
Okay, all right. We'll get into that a little bit later on. But in the meanwhile, we did see some strong performances coming through. But speaking about strong performances, we need to take a look and see what the match points are, right? How many points these teams were able to secure. Of course, Vista with those 11 elims, sitting on a very comfortable 21, but Smash just smashing it out, actually, with 18 points to the name, 12 of which coming through from the elims. But it was a very heavy hand being dealt with regards to eliminations. We can see URUS sitting on 6, Vampire sitting on 6, Blackjack on 5, and I mean, it just looks so phenomenal on this first page.
Yes, this is what we want with Sanhok. This is what we're saying. I mean, the fact that we give these teams so many opportunities to pick up those eliminations. We talk about those third-party opportunities. We talk about the teams starting to steal away those opportunities from everyone else, and that's why we have a bigger spread, which is fantastic. Which is what we want. It gives you the opportunity to climb that overall standing. So let's see more of it as they move into Erangel, which is obviously going to be a lot more space. I mean, even towards this end, we've got Arab Golden, we've got TEAMLAG picking up some well-deserved eliminations.
Yeah, definitely securing those plays. And of course, then we can see the plays there from Timeout, Triple, and Raad making a stop at our donut shop. And, you know, based on what the performance that we saw coming through from that first page, it is no surprise really to see this being the outcome of that. But yeah, I mean, a very, very exciting first match to break the ice, moving into our third day in phase number 2. But again, now it's done and dusted. What is going to come through as we are going to be heading over into Erangel, a back-to-back Erangel right up next? Well, there's only one way to find out. We'll see you guys right back after the break.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. This is phase number 2, day number 3. And of course, we're getting ready for all the action to see what match number 2 will have in store. Of course, we're going to be venturing over into the glorious Erangel. But before we get there, we want to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And now, Ez, right, we've kind of cracked the seal here today, starting it off with a glorious Sanhok to come through with the players there from VISTA taking that very scrumptious winner chicken dinner. I actually managed to get it out. Either which way, I'm curious to see who's going to be the one to get it as we move over onto the bread and butter of PUBG, which is none other than Erangel.
And a double helping at that. I mean, if you're one of those teams that have that back-to-back and you're comfortable with your Erangel, as I imagine you should be because it's been the bread and butter for a very long time, then you have an absolute treat up ahead of you. And right off that, we've got that double Miramar. So plenty of opportunities for the teams. We know that Miramar had been one of those games where we really started to see the teams running with some massive elimination counts. We saw Wave picking up 16 yesterday. We saw Titan picking up 15. So there is that opportunity for teams to now do it this time around to stop and close the gaps between everyone. But I don't know. I feel like we need to see a little bit more of these other teams that are, have been so quiet for this moment in time. Let's see them catch up. Let's see them bring the challenge.
Yeah, we definitely want to see the team step up because, I mean, they've got a back-to-back serving of Erangel followed by a back-to-back serving of Miramar. And this is going to be glorious, especially for Team E, because this is what they're going to be playing at, right? They missed out that first the first Sanhok, and now it's just smooth sailing on forward. So this is the opportunity for CRYPTICS, GREEDYFORKILLS, the players from the Mine Weapon, and of course Virtual Gaming Squad to really impress as many points into this day as they can possibly muster.
Absolutely. And again, like we said, because it's a wrangle, because you've got that more space, you've got more space to actually work with. This is an opportunity where you can not only pick up good, points, not only pick up a good starting for the rest of your day of play for Group E in this case, but also make it a massive difference. Make it another 20 points a game. Make your leaps and bounds up the overall standings instead of slowly but surely climbing it up. And then we could really start talking about a very competitive overall standing. Again, we keep asking for one team to be topping every single week, but that's boring, man. Let's see the challenge. Let's see Triple Esports' crown be taken away from them, and see someone else reigning to the top and bringing us some fantastic surprises.
I mean, basically what we've been seeing so far through this phase or this week, Titan Gaming are definitely looking to bounce back, right? They want to try and knock off Triple from their previous performance, and I think Titan Gaming to do that. It's a very realistic thing because we can already see that start to come through from our weekly standings. But I want to see a team like CRYPTICS, who we saw performing exceptionally well in the previous season, now bringing a little bit of that momentum back into this season, because we've not really seen any breakout performances. Sure, they didn't finish poorly on the first week, but that's not exactly the CRYPTICS that we know, right? We want to see that statement being made saying, like, we are CRYPTICS, watch out, we're coming.
I mean, CRYPTICS are one of the first teams to roll up onto Miramar with, I think it was a 15 elimination game. So they were the first team to really hit some cracker double-digit elimination games, and they made that statement. We thought, okay, this is the start of CRYPTICS. We're going to be seeing CRYPTICS, like 100 points in 2 days, like they've done it previously. I think last time they actually did 100 points in 1 day, but that's when the placement points were a little bit different. So we know they're capable. We know also, that there's a lot of fans out there for CRYPTICS that are looking and waiting for them to bring in that CRYPTICS-esque strategy, that cryptic-esque just play style, and make it a very difficult challenge for the rest of the teams. I just think that the landscape has changed quite a bit since they've last played. We have a lot of new challenges, and these new challenges are, well, sticking to the namesake. They are challenging all of the old dogs. They are making it hard for them.
Yes, but that's what we love to see, but we still want to see them rise above the challenge. Neither which way. Speaking about challenge, we are going to be venturing into our first Erangel of the day. It is going to be starting all the way on that eastern side, heading down towards the Sanhok military island. And this is where the first initial zone could be very interesting, because we've seen it be complementary to the flight path, but we've also seen it take a bit of a different swing, heading off way past where the teams are finding themselves. So it could maybe pull towards Ruins, that Gatka region, maybe on towards Everest, or we could see a southern zone to kick off the proceedings here for today.
Ooh, I mean, we got treated to that gorgeous military base zone in the first week, rather. But I don't know. I feel like we need to give some love to the northern side of Erangel. Just a little bit of a change of scenery. Force these teams to really start running up Erangel and start, pacing themselves as we move into this double helping. Maybe in the second one we get a southern zone. Maybe the first one we get a southern zone. Who knows? But for now, we need to see what these teams are going to be doing with this flight path. Already Triple and Vampires being one of the last few teams to drop off, and they did so with a good intention. There we go, southern zone.
Yeah, don't mind if I do. It is going to be southwestern ever so slightly. And we know the last time we saw the zone pulling in this direction, of course, it was a lot more south than it is right now. But it's still going to be fine because it's not yet been decided. There's no 100% guarantee that it's going to go north or south. So we'll just have to ride the storm out to see where it will move towards next. But already Vampires having some good footing being established on towards that military base itself. And the rest of the teams, I mean, they're just respecting the space. Not exactly the skittle spread that we saw before, but still, it's heading in that general direction. But here I want to see what is going to be happening towards that center zone, right? With VISTA, URUS, MEA Esports, how are they going to be looking to play out this region?
And again, we keep talking about, yes, it's the debut for Group E. It's the way that they're going to be starting off their Friday games. But also into this game, we have 3 of our top 5 sitting out. We have 3 of the top 5 not playing, not posing that challenge. It's only really Titans. and I think it might be another sitting in that top 5 that can pose, you know, a little bit of that competition that can make it a problem for the other teams. So I mean, as prime as an opportunity stands, here it is. Let's close that gap. Let's get yourselves up on that leaderboard. Let's get you up to a much better standing. And hopefully we might be talking about a different leaderboard at the end of today. We do see Mo Esports, I think, already taking some engagement. Not too sure if they've actually lost that player. Yep, 63 players remaining. So yeah, Mo have been the first team to drop a player.
I mean, again, that consistency going through, not the kind of consistency that we want to see, but you got to commend consistency when it's there. So let's see, maybe they can bounce back from that minor setback. I mean, they still have 3 players up, but we are seeing a very interesting spread coming through. We got Hainsley and Vortex, sorry, Hainsley and Paradox. No, yeah, that is Vortex. Okay, never mind. I read it right the first time. Holding up in this region here with Paradox being completely isolated much further down towards that southern side. I'm not quite sure if that is the kind of approach to be taking here, especially seeing that they've not really dropped into anywhere particular, right? There's no buildings really where they find themselves, and this gives a team like URUS just ahead of them quite a bit of an upper hand, and it is going to really impact the performance here for Mo.
I think there is something to say for the flight path and zone combination really causing teams to suddenly, you know, shift the plans that they had for that drop site. But we'll see how they can potentially turn this to their advantage. I mean, this is what they have to do. If you're in PMPL, you have to be able to adapt. You have to be able to turn the tides when inevitably, you know, the PUBG mobile gaming gods are going to be throwing obstacles at you. That's just how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately. And for Mo right now, it's about regrouping. It's about getting the loot up. And they're going to be taking a little bit of a late start to this Erangel, which is okay. They have an opportunity to catch up. Still plenty of teams need to still rotate into zone, and there's still plenty of space. But they need to make that move now. We can already see VISTA just approaching. They've had quite a bit of a coastal spread so far, also taking a similar approach. A few of the smaller buildings, picking up loot as they get ready for potential rotation from the bridge. They have an opportunity to take out vampires.
Yep, they definitely do have a potential play to take out vampires, but that is only if vampires look to rotate across this western bridge. Otherwise, Vista have quite a bit of ground to cover, quite a few teams to duke it out with before they can get their hands on the vampires. So let's see where that one goes. In the meanwhile, as we return over to the eastern side, you can see the players here from Greedy just venturing up. Of course, Titans situated up in towards Malta, so that is going to pose a little bit of a challenge for that rotation for Greedy to get themselves situated. And even if they manage to evade the position in which we see the players from Titan Gaming, they could find several other teams that also could be looking to bring a bit of a disruption to those rotations.
I mean, over towards the eastern side of the map, we have a lot of teams now having to venture their way through. Got the likes of Blackhand, we've got the likes of Arab Golden, we've also got the likes of Virtual Gaming, as you can see here, all the way over to Lipovka, who have to make quite a bit of a trip into zone. So there's many an opportunity here on the journey to pick up a few eliminations if they so wish, or they can just take it cautiously and slowly and hopefully just avoid those initial engagements until they are ready take the fight. We can see Lag moving on in. They had a bit of a surprise on the previous map with Blackjack Esports just rolling on in and taking all of their players. So we'll see if they're going to be turning the tides this time around, potentially. Maybe they can just sit around, find a few eliminations. Maybe they can spot out Mo Esports.
Yeah, we don't know. It does seem like Vortex keeping a very watchful eye. As we know, the compound is completely vacant. URUS has disengaged. They've instead headed all the way over towards Katka. I'm not quite sure if Vortex is going to be able to iron sight that one just yet. Ideally, maybe like a 2-time scope or anything above that could aid in getting a good line of sight. But now with Lag just hanging around the top of the hill, this could prove to be rather a bit of a challenge for them. Meanwhile, as we look yet again over onto the eastern side, it's Arab, Golden, and the players there from Greedy now rotating up side by side. But it does seem like Greedy, they've turned around and decided to go take occupation of a different position.
Aw, a Tokyo Drift action. That's fine. Be that way. As we take a look at, I mean, just as we were taking a look at Mo Esports just there for a few seconds, I wanted to highlight the fact that we still saw players with red HP bars. I was wondering why they hadn't healed up, and I was wondering why they were just sitting there with that HP. They don't have any consumables. They have a few players with 0 consumables. They have a flashbang. They have no meds, they have no energy drinks, they have nothing to help them in a battle, and they're currently just stuck waiting to see if Lag is gonna, go for them, if Vista is gonna go for them. So they're just sort of stuck in the center waiting for something to happen or waiting for an opportunity to leave. So I really do hope they get their hands on some really good consumables, on some good supplies, because otherwise these next few battles are gonna be incredibly tough for them.
Not only that, but I also hope that the zone allows them that opportunity, right? Maybe venturing elsewhere as we are yet to see where it goes. Oh, there we go. So now it moves a little bit more towards that Ferry Pier Quarry region, and that is going to attract a lot of attention as we can see pretty
Ooh,
much all the teams on those
spicy.
outlying regions now mobilizing Smash, essentially heading over towards that western side. But this is where we also get to see what the vampires are going to be bringing through. Are they going to push straight across the bridge or maybe take a bit of an alternative route to get themselves back onto the mainland?
I would actually love it if they could take a boatation to the western side. Maybe they're over towards the southern portion of Quarry, the western portion. I mean, there's still so much space on that side that hasn't been, taken up. But we'll wait and see. In the meantime, Mo Esports making that move. It looks like they did get their hands on some of those consumables. HP bars are back up to top, and they have spotted out Lag Esports right up ahead of them, trying to figure out how they are going to potentially take this engagement and pick up some well-needed eliminations. We can see 2 out in the open, 1 with the flank holding this position onto Lag. Maybe they can take a 2-1 split, but this is going to be a tough one if they do want to take this battle.
It is going to be a very tough one. But speaking about tough, it is going to be also quite a bit of a fight now coming through on towards Ferry Pier. We can see Nagato already losing quite a bit of health there, quickly managing to get themselves patched up, but not quite sure how much longer App Golden are going to be waiting around as they are pulling into Brody to bring them back into the swing of things. But it is a bit of a standoff coming through on either side. I mean, Triple, we have just a little bit further west of this, also just going to be keeping a nice steady positioning and not going to be looking to make any bold moves just yet. But now we get to see whether or not Arab are going to be looking to just hang around, or will they disengage and try to find an alternate route?
I don't think Arab Golden feel very comfortable to take this sort of engagement. They have a big lack of information as to where Vista are currently sitting in terms of the positions they're holding. You can see Vista taking that 2-2 split, so they have a plethora of angles they can use against Arab. So rather take that disengage, wait, get some information. And again, this is what we keep talking about. Teams have to start engagements, but they need to start them with the mindset that we not only need to get eliminations, but we need to win. We need to win every engagement we take, because otherwise we're going to fall behind. I mean, we have teams running around with 11, 12 eliminations. We've got Blackjack Esports now rolling up on Greedy for Kills, trying to do exactly that.
Oh, but let's see. Will this be that opportunity now for Blackjack to try and hit those double digits? Well, not quite yet, as Zeke has been taken up, as Zuxi reached in with that mini 14. But a quick opportunity could lie in wait here for Greedy. As we know, they've also proven themselves to be an exceptionally capable team, just really staying so true to their namesake. And of course, Smash to be looking to potentially add a little bit of that pressure. They are still a considerable distance away, so it's not going to be any immediate points to worry about. But as we look onto that bridge, we do see the players from Vampires. They've now been able to get a rather safe rotation across, but the zone now centering up into that region will shine a little bit more light on their current positioning.
Oh, let's take a look at this. Vampires keeping an eye out. Interesting position. They have managed to get themselves onto this mainland, so some cover to work with, and they know that there's a few more teams that are going to be going through this area. Potentially the next team to do so might be Blackhand if they continue that pathing onto that coastal line. Arab, they have been rotating around. They have been trying to disengage and finding an opportunity for them to really start a fight, but this one's going to be a tough one. Titans now taking that position on to the sites of Lag as well. So a lot of teams starting to prep, starting to get themselves ready for an opportunity and some potential engagements. But again, it's about information. It's about getting the upper hand on your opponents and making sure that you're going to be walking away from this engagement, not only with the eliminations, but with the win.
Well, let's see if that's going to be on the board for them. Meanwhile, several altercations now developing across the board. Titans still having a relatively comfortable rotational pathway. I mean, sure, we did have Lag and Black Hand positioned on either side of them. They seem to be finding a little bit of an opening. Maybe they could call this compound just up ahead of P6 home for the time being, while they wait to see what the remaining teams are going to be doing. As we know, Lag yet to kind of push over that hill. The same could be said here for the players from Black Hand and, of course, the Vampires. And it's good to see the players there from Mo Esports just hanging in the wing. But look at Plaza now just sneaking up and trying to get a little bit more personal now with Titan.
Oh, this is cheeky. I love it. Just pulling up on Titans and taking names for names. Already 2 down in the pocket. They should be able to get the res onto Redux. Titans haven't. Titans have completely just left the situation, as we do see already Lag going to be taking an opportunity to move on in, but here come URUS to Blackjack Esports. RUKH is down, 1 down on Blackjack as well, and oh, this is where fights are going to break out.
Well, let's see where this one will go. Phonics now clicking that nade up, sends it out. Is it going to find that damage? Black Hand getting eliminated. What on earth is going on? RUKH just is throwing quite a big upset into the mix here. URUS also going to be trying to leverage their positioning, and it is going to be a very difficult run now for the side here of Blackjack, as we can see those hits disconnecting in such close succession. Blackhand actually down to only Aquaman, as MG is going to be holding on the edge of that building, looking to see if they can survive the onslaught. But URUS, they're not going to waste any time. They will now try to just double down with a potential send. I'm not quite sure if they know of the whereabouts of MG.
Oh, this is a tough one. We can see already Blackhand, the first team back in the lobby. Mo Esports some way, somehow still holding on. Very split, but they're still here. I have to give it to them. They know how to survive. Blackjack looking to take a page out of the same book. Oh, what a pick! MG, just the timing. It's going to find 3. Does go down,
Wow.
but that's it. URUS have lost 3.
Wow, you want to talk about an upset? I mean, MG now also getting all those elims, as URUS are now in a world of trouble. I'm not seeing the play where the rest of URUS survives that. It is going to be essentially be down to Raouf. But now this is a great opportunity for Hansley and Vortex also to come in swinging, and there we go. Those eliminations have come through. It doesn't seem like they went over onto Blackjack, but either which way, now we move up to the Vampires, and RUKH looking to settle a bit of a dispute on the edge of the zone. RUKH holding on to a 3-piece. Vampires still going to come in pretty strong, still sitting on a full squad, and now looking to rain down all the utilities they have.
Oh, RUKH, they have just been taking battle after battle. They just got off of the back of taking out Blackhand, and now they immediately need to get into the action here with Vampires. So they haven't had an opportunity to reset. They haven't had an opportunity to get themselves ready for another engagement. So they are going to lose 2 here. I don't think the other 2 have an opportunity to take this fight on back, and we can see that they are disengaging, getting themselves into the warehouse, and they need to do so quickly. I don't think Vampires are going to stop anytime soon. So let's see what sort of cover they can actually get. Hopefully, they can just hold still as we wait for some of the other teams to start bringing in some of this chaos. It's Greedy4Kills and Smash here towards the western side. Just kind of just staring at each other. Just waiting for an opportunity to get the action going.
Well, it could be quite a bit of action to come through between Smash and Greedy. But who's going to be the one to open that can of worms, as we do have Ilias and the rest of the squad just trying to keep themselves nice and spread out. We also see Raouf out in the open field, trying to survive, and it is going to be a little bit of a challenging play. But as we look down south, then we see the players here from the virtual gaming squad, just south of the players from Vista. Also, El Chapo holding strong down to the... Well, actually, El Chapo is the final contender left for the side of CRYPTICS. I mean, what's going on? I mean, Black Hand is out, Blackjack is out, CRYPTICS down to 1. I mean,
I don't understand.
It's so much.
Okay, this is what I was asking for. I was asking for other teams to come on in and to pick up the eliminations, to pick up the winner chicken dinner. But this is just bizarre. Smash Esports now trying to close the gap here against Greedy4Kills, is going to lose 2 in the process. And now they have quite a bit of a decision up ahead of them. Black Lost is still alive, but they need to get that res on through, and they have to literally run into the building here of Greedy4Kills to make that happen.
Well, it's a very risky play, but let's see whether or not they're going to be up to the challenge. I mean, we asked for a bit of an upset to come through today. We weren't exactly referring to this kind of upset, right? Not this kind of play that we are already seeing unfolding out onto the battlefield here. But, you know, hey, we got to take what we dealt. And now we get to see where this next phase is going to be going towards Ra'ad, and the players there from Vampires also just swinging in each other's direction. I mean, the Mind Weapon, they've been super quiet. We've not really been seeing all too much come through from them, but things are also looking quite different, right? They've also lost 2 of their players, and now with a bit of a northern positioning, all our teams with the stronger numbers are now yet to rotate in, and this could be very exciting.
We can see on the left there the teams with all of their players still up. It is Triple Esports, Arab Golden, and Virtual Gaming. And if you're taking a look at the position, I mean, Triple coming in from that southwestern side, so they've got really no sort of trouble to really get themselves into the zone. Virtual Gaming, on the other hand, using their numbers to their advantage, looking to take out VISTA Gaming now, as it is FBI open up time to take down the building.
Well, you can't make a bad knock-knock joke with that one, but either which way, that is exactly what the Virtual Gaming squad are going to be looking to do, as they come rushing forward, trying to find the opportunity, but Vista just getting themselves situated outside of that building, so they will not necessarily be in too much trouble just yet, but we are adding a little bit of that triple action to the mix as well, as we can see a 2-2 split also then being utilized. But where will it go, as this now went from a full-on push to a little bit of sandwich action, as Arab Golden also come in swinging, almost flying in the window.
Yeah, look, they were going to make that one, but if they did, I feel like they needed points there for style, right? I mean, we just had to get another bonus point in there, but still definitely going to make a fantastic approach. Is going to be finding it's a boot. So Vista Gaming down to 1. But still an opportunity now for Arab Golden to hold on to this compound. Maybe pick up Virtual Gaming and Triple as they make their approach. You can see last remaining member of Vista Gaming looking for an opportunity. Wanted just too quick, as well as P6, who actually steals away that elimination.
Yeah, that's where you say hasta la vista. But here we go. Arab Golden now trying to get their entry point secured. Moving closer to that zone. Up comes Virtual Gaming squad, still going to be looking to put up quite a bit of a fight, but Triple playing a very cheeky hand here. I like the fact that Old Boy and Icy just looking to see if they can find anything, but, well, they pay the price as one shot secures the spray, and this is not exactly the outcome that Triple was looking for.
Not exactly, no, but they can still turn this into their advantage. Really looking for one, maybe a Virtual Gaming. Old Boy has to be quick on the trigger as the rest immediately roll on in, and I like this Virtual Gaming. They're keeping their hand on the pulse. They're making sure that they're not giving Triple any opportunity to reset and not give them a moment to breathe as they're trying to close this gap. They really want to get these eliminations, and they have the numbers to do it.
Well, let's see, will they be able to get the job done? Now comes the push, the rush. Oh, the nade's not reaching all the way across just yet, but Triple, they're playing this one a little bit differently. Instead, trying to play a bit of a spread, but look at that. Icy, with a great timing on that hit, does secure the knock. And now, this could be just a bit of cleanup coming through for Triple. Virtual, now trying to inch their way further and further out of that blue zone. Arab Golden still going to be keeping a very contentious play just on the side here. I'm not quite sure whether or not Arab Golden or even the players here from Virtual Gaming Squad are going to be in the clear, as we do see those rushes now coming through. Oh, yep, and that is Virtual just absolutely disassembled.
Triple, I mean, just that perfect timing. The fact that Virtual Gaming actually just disengaged from them gave Triple exactly what they needed. They got the time to reset themselves, to get themselves back up to 4, and then they just had beautiful crosshair sight onto their position. So that's going to be their revenge, and now Arab have to turn their attention to another team. The Mind Weapon, perhaps, right up ahead of them, holding on into this trench line, as Arab Golden need to get themselves situated into the zone. A little bit of an exchange of nades will be happening. Broly just narrowly escaping that, and as they look for another target.
Oh, but where will it go? This is going to be the opportunity. Arab Golden could reach right up into the side there of the Mind Weapon. Oh, but instead it is the Mind Weapon that's reaching over in towards them, as we can see Broly now suffering quite a big loss to that health bar. The same can be said for Rugal. This could be that turning point, because we also still have the players from Titan Gaming hanging in the wing as they find quality. And here we go, Teak Oh, dealing it up into RUKH, so that is a very devastating hand being dealt, but of course, a little bit of that repayment getting brought in as well.
There we go, back and forth. This is what we love to see. The teams really working with their crossfires, really trying to cover their teammates. And now a recovery opportunity here potentially for Broly. And it's going to be important. They do not want to be left as a solo going up against the likes of a fully stacked triple esports, of almost fully stacked GREEDYFORKILLS. And oh, Titans still applying the pressure here as P6 is also trying to get Teak back up on their feet. Will this nade be able to make the connection? This is what we were saying. You need to be quick. Here comes Triple to take that elimination.
I like all these shake-ups coming through as the players from Arab Golden are sent on their merry way. Greedy now making a mad dash, trying to get themselves secured within that more centralized territory. But it's going to be a very risky play as we still have all these bits of elevation, right? The forest down on towards the southern side. But Triple not going to be backing down, looking to focus all their efforts on towards the side of Greedy. It's going to be a very tough play to secure, but we still have, well, the majority of our lobby now just situated on the edge of the zone. No one really taking that plunge to get themselves situated more to center zone.
I mean, DK, I don't blame them. I'd be a little bit scared right now. No one has had an easy journey just to the edge of the zone. Everyone has had to fight tooth and nail just to get themselves into this position. We can see the amount of losses. We've got 6 teams. Oh, we've got 5 teams now. Only 14 players still up and alive. So it has been a tough battle. It's only really Triple Esports that have actually managed to keep all of their players still alive. And now, look at this position that they're going to be holding. Right to the left of them is GREEDYFORKILLS. Right up ahead of them, it is Titans.
I mean, yeah, that's the kind of sandwich you could be looking for, but it is going to be Teak, meanwhile, finding the players there from the Mind Weapon, as we can see Titan and the Mind Weapon being side by side. This nade could be the one to close the door. It is going to be Zar. Oh, super low in the health bar, but up comes the final few plays, and that is Titan Gaming. Now, just gaining a little bit of control yet again. 4 teams still remain. The zone does move over into no man's land. But Zuxi already establishing that anchor point, going for smack dab center zone. Unfortunately for Zuxi, that is exactly where the loot drop is as well.
Yeah, so that's a little bit of look at me, shoot at me if you want to, but Triple now trying to hold up against here for GREEDYFORKILLS. Chemo down to only a sliver of HP, and they are taking hit after hit. And we can see GREEDYFORKILLS, they haven't fully invested into this engagement. They're a little bit split with that 2-2-2. Now, let's hold on with these nades. That is the connection they need.
Well, that was an absolutely phenomenal nade getting sent across, but Triple trying to hold on. It is Icy. It is Old Boy. What can they do to the side here of Greedy? Because, I mean, Greedy, just look at that. Sitting up on 9 eliminations. 3 more than what Triple currently have under their belt. Oh, it's not looking good. Zuxi with some pinpoint nades. And it's all riding on the shoulders here for Icy. But look at that nade. Icy not done with the fight. This is a potential opportunity for Triple to bounce back. So it could still swing in either which favor. It's going to take a whole lot of work to get accomplished.
That nade was signed, sealed, and delivered straight to their face. I mean, nothing really that they could do to try and avoid a Triple. Definitely not looking as good as they were a few moments ago. Down to only 1 member still standing as Titans are looking to make that 0. GREEDYFORKILLS, that nade could be it if that connection is there. Oh, we are so close to potentially saying goodbye to Triple. Will they be able to survive nades from 2 teams trying to take them out?
Well, we don't know just yet, but we'll find out soon enough. It's going to be a fight of attrition coming through here. Everyone setting out utilities, trying to reach into any and every nook and cranny they can find. But Vampire is now being the next target, as we can see Ninja getting picked up. It now turns to Yazan, but D3S fortunately managing to get themselves secured over into that northern territory. Now having to share that with Rhino, but up comes the sprays. The hit, Zoxy just ducking and weaving all over the place. But again, Titans finding a great opportunity here. They could actually deal quite a devastating blow onto the side here of Triple Esports.
Oh, Triple have not had it easy. They have literally just been taking hit after hit after hit from every single team in the vicinity. P6 now taking actually a little bit of a taste of their own medicine here as Chemo actually stands up and finds that connection. We do seem to be saying goodbye to Triple Esports, but Titans holding on to 1. We've got GREEDYFORKILLS with 2, potentially 3, and they are picking up 11 eliminations.
I mean, that is a pretty crazy play. now down to the wire, right? Oh, we go. Oh, Yazan locks on target. That is Titan Gaming out of here. And it's going to be Vampires and Greedy for Kills now having to fight. Both teams sitting with a potential 3-piece to their name. And see whether or not the Vampires will be able to get it. I don't think it's going to be that likely, as D3S is pretty isolated all the way into the northern territory. But a lot of pressure now riding on the shoulders here as Yazan finds a great opportunity onto Zuxi. That nade could also close it up and potentially secure that that angle at least over on towards the southern side. But Vampires now having a very similar fate to what we saw over on towards Sanhok. The team's having to push down that hillside and now just running into the open barrels of Greedy for Kills.
Rhino holding that flanking position is going to be key here for Greedy for Kills. They have angles to work with. Vampires relegated to only one. I don't think they have an opportunity to get a res here, and now it is just going to be Greedy for Kills, slowly but surely finding that last remaining member.
Well, here we go. It's going to be the push now coming up. Is it going to be a potential opportunity here? Oh, Yazan trying to get the res. They narrowly make it. But now comes the push as Greedy rush on forward. And they absolutely let waste to the Vampires. Picking up Yazan, the final hits to connect on in. And that is going to be Greedy for Kills, securing themselves the winner with a chicken dinner.
Again, we talk about these final zones. I mean, just like we had it on Sanhok, Greedy for Kills, they had the better position, they had the better opportunity, they had better angles to work with, and ultimately they just made sure that the execution was clean, and that's what actually awarded them that winner chicken dinner. But before that, before we got to that last fight, we had Greedy for Kills already getting those double-digit eliminations, so they were putting in the work straight from the get-go.
I mean, that was a very, very impressive performance that we saw coming through. Greedy, you wouldn't have said initially, based on their positioning, that it was going to look that favorable for them. But I like the way that they kept on adapting and moving forward, regardless of what that zone was throwing to them. They were just managing to get themselves into that next possible position, just inching their way a little bit further forward. And essentially, and eventually also, securing themselves that winner with a chicken dinner.
This is what we like to see, and again, I mean, towards that end, we had Titans picking up, I think it was 8 eliminations towards the end. I mean, I still have to say sorry to Triple Esports. They had such a tough final position in that zone, just taking hit after hit from so many teams. Didn't really have an opportunity to actually get that res on up or to move even from their position. So a lot of teams got pinned down with that rotation. A lot of teams really, you know, suffered a little bit because of the zone and the way that that rotation went, but it made for some very exciting PUBG Mobile. And again, the fact that we're seeing different teams getting to the top of the lobby.
Yeah, that's what we love to see. But of course, let's take a quick look at the highlights just to remind ourselves of what exactly happened. Welcome back. As you could see, some very exciting action unfolding over on Erangel. But you know what's going to be more exciting here is taking a look at the points, right? That's what we want to see. What we want to see what the map rankings are and how many points our respective teams were able to secure. And of course, we don't have to wait too long for that because it is going to be Greedy coming in with 24 total points, 14 eliminations to their name.
Spicy, spicy. And this is what we say. You can't for a moment, you know, just relax and just wait to see what the other teams are going to be doing. No matter where you are sitting on the overall standings, teams are picking up single games with 20 plus points. I mean, they are jumping on that overall standings. I also have to give a big shout out to Titans with those 8 eliminations, Triple with 7. Ra'ad picking up 9. I mean, they took up Black Hand. I think they took a good portion of Titan as well, or a few chunks, but they literally just came in absolutely swinging. No placements to work with, but they definitely picked up the elims.
Oh yes, they definitely did, and that is just to show you how important these eliminations are. But moving over onto the second page, we see Mo Esports sitting at the top with 2 points to their name, one coming from both eliminations and the placement points. Smash also right up there. But CRYPTICS was our first team getting packed up and shipped out, and that was quite surprising to see.
That's not a sentence I hear often. Ever, actually. So yeah, this is what we're gonna be talking about. We can see the spread of elimination still being semi-consistent. We have at least one or two over towards the second page, give or take a donut shop. But it's difficult to see. I mean, so many of these teams. I mean, Black Hand, we had Vista literally just taking the win on Sanhok, and CRYPTICS. It's weird, man. It's weird to see them here, but again, it's good in the overall standings. It's good to see different teams actually taking the win. So we'll see if that's going to be the same. Moving on to the second helping of Erangel, now that they've had their practice run, they have to get stronger.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about practice runs, right? There's one team that if they unlock the winner chicken dinner strat, if they are in a position to get themselves to that winner chicken dinner, I'm probably gonna lose my mind, right? But that would be if Mo Esports gets it, right? I mean, looking at where we are just yet, they are looking to up the ante. I mean, they started off the first game looking decent, right? Coming into the second one, sure, it's getting there, but now we want to see a increase coming through, right? I eventually just want to see a chicken dinner being awarded to the players there from Mo Esports. Maybe it could still happen within this phase. Who knows? Maybe it happens next phase. We don't know, but what we do know is that we are going to be hopping into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned. We'll see you guys right back afterwards. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. This is Phase 2, Day 3, Game 3 that is about to pop up onto the screen. We've seen a few upsets come through over on Sanhok and Erangel. But now as we get ready to head right back into Erangel for our double serving things could really start to heat up as we know. Also moving into game number 3, it is going to be the players from Group C that are going to be sitting out on this match. So I'm curious to see what the addition of Group D is going to be doing to that Erangel action. Of course, that would mean the players from RUKH Esports, the World of Battle, TIMEOUT Clan, and Wave Esports are going to be joining us, and Arab Golden, Blackhand, Smash Team, and Team Rad are going to be having a little bit of a break.
I feel bad for that they have to take a break now because their first Erangel was already so spicy. I mean, picking up those 9 eliminations, the way in which they were handling themselves, I was a little bit excited to see what they would do on their second helping, but it's okay. It has to happen. I mean, for the rest of the teams that are getting that double dose now, this is an opportunity they need to take. Like we said, in the previous match, we had 3 of our top 5 sitting out. We had 3 of the top 5 not even really doing anything. Triple Esports also didn't really get an opportunity to do anything because they got pincered. So again, massive opportunity for other teams to get to the top of the lobby, to get that winner-winner chicken dinner and however many eliminations they get along the way, which is going to be massive for the overall standings for this phase as they try and get their way into that VIKHVND action. So looking at that, I mean, we saw a little bit of a surprising set of events with CRYPTICS going out first, and yeah, it's a bit weird to see some of these teams now dropping, unfortunately, early on. But again, we go back to the conversation you started. Mo Esports, they picked up that 1 elimination. Previous game also, I think they got a top 9 finish with 1 elimination. So I feel like there's like a glimmer of hope. And I don't know if I'm just holding a candle and I'm just looking at anything as a sign of goodwill, but I want to see more.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, we've seen pretty much every other team step up. You know, have a good performance. Well, just about every other team step up, have a great performance, and I want to see what Mo Esports is going to be bringing to the table. As we know, it is our team coming all the way from Mauritius, so you know we want to see what potential lies over into the team and how far they'll be able to push the performances right here in PMPL. As we know, right, there's a lot of opportunity here, and there will still be quite a few opportunities for the remainder of the day. As we go about it, it is time for Erangel. We are going to be pulling in from, well, this seems to be that southern side, right? The middle base right below us. And, well, now it's down to where the next phase is going to go.
Alright, so I mean, we had such a southern zone in the previous Erangel. On our second helping, can we be a little bit fair and go to the north now? I feel like we haven't given some love over to Yasnaya or Stalbos at time that it has to happen. Even a little bit of RUKH action, man. I haven't seen Mansion or Prison in, like, forever. So, please, Zone, if you can hear me, please. And I'm not going to do the reverse psychology, because I feel like it never works for me. But, into this map, DK. This is going to be the question. Who are you going to be looking out for, other than Mo Esports, to see what they can make happen? Who are you going to be keeping up?
Well, I mean, game number 3, Erangel. Wow, that is a good question. But honestly, if I'd had to just pick one out of a hat, seeing that I can't really guess all that much, I'd probably be saying Greedy, based on what we've seen so far, right? Because I'm not allowed to vote for Mo Esports, so I'd go for Greedy, or yeah. Let's go for that because I like what they've been doing already so far today, and what I also like is where we're going with regards to the zone, right? Look at that, a glorious shift all the way up north. You asked, we received, but we are also getting a little bit of action down in Sosnovka with 4 teams on the island. Titan being one of them.
What?
And TIMEOUT and, well, the Vampires now getting into the swing of things.
Okay, the only teams I actually expect are Vampires and TIMEOUT, because we know they like to drop here. We saw Vampires in the previous Erangel. We know TIMEOUT, they love their military island. What are Wave and Titan doing here? This is like, what? Okay, but I think Titan's already moving off. It seems to be the same for Wave, so it's okay. We're not gonna suddenly see everyone changing their drop sites. But wow, okay, that just might be a case of boots on the ground as soon as possible.
I mean, maybe it was just a bit of a pit stop because they couldn't exactly reach their destination from that flight path, right? Let's say that's the reason, or maybe they just wanted to be able to say like, hey, look, we dropped on the Millie base or the Millie Island, and now we venture back into our usual location, as it seems to be the case with Titan. But if you look onto the rest of the lobby, everyone just looking to disperse. We've got Virtual Gaming Squad also alongside the players there from GREEDYFORKILLS up in towards North George. But now, all of this needs to go somewhere eventually, and I want to see whether or not Timeout and the Vampires are actually going to get down to business.
Honestly, Ninja has the most ninja position right now. I mean, why would I expect someone there? Of all places, this is looking pretty spicy. But for now, Vampire is staying quiet. I mean, they're just looking out for Timeout, trying to see if they can spot anyone, trying to see if they can get any bit of information to work with. Again, this position, man, it's so sneaky. It's too sneaky.
I mean, we can work with sneaky, right? Sneaky works.
Yes.
That's
We like it.
It's not a no, it's a yes. So,
Yes.
come on, Ninja, show us what you can bring. But of course, as we jump back over into the northern side, it's going to be the players here from Virtual Gaming Squad and GREEDYFORKILLS, as I've already mentioned, finding themselves up in North George. Blackjack also not too far away. They go for the usual location all the way up into Darky. But Greedy taking an interesting positioning here. I mean, they've got 3 players currently situated here. As we can see, Fever and the rest of the team just a little bit onto the eastern side. But Rhino actually venturing all the way up in towards shooting range.
Ooh, okay. That's a bit spicy. Maybe a little bit of information to work with, but might just be a bit of a straggler. We do see Rhino in a vehicle, so hopefully we'll be catching up to the rest of the team shortly. GREEDYFORKILLS really had a fantastic Erangel in the previous match, so I would like to see them trying their best to duplicate that, to replicate that into this one. Get some of that consistency moving. Again, parkour skills, man. Parkour skills. But into this, if they do take this engagement up against Virtual Gaming, close to center they find themselves, I feel like they will have a little bit of time. It's just that looming threat of the other teams potentially raining in on their parade. I mean, we've got CRYPTICS here to the south, we've got Blackjack just up ahead of them on the northern side, so timing is going to be the essence here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be of the essence indeed. And this is a good setup, especially against CRYPTICS. We know they are no strangers to playing this northern territory, right? The George Crates, Everest, that's all a position that they are super confident and comfortable in. But as we look over to the other crates, all the way down south, it is going to be the players here from Wave going about their business, having a little bit of fun with the loot, seeing what they can get before they start to concern themselves with any potential rotations. And it's going to be quite the hefty potential rotation that has to come through.
It is indeed, and again, when we started off this map, we saw Titans also for a brief moment on the military base island before they moved on to Farm and Milta, which means they're going to be holding onto that eastern bridge. And I mean, with the way in which that those drops, you know, actually ran, they would have seen those parachutes, they would have seen that there was company. So if they took that information into account, they might be sticking around a little bit longer just to see who's going to be taking the bridge rotations and to see if they can pick up maybe a few extra eliminations along the way. So we'll have to see how Wave might circumvent that. Are they going to take a rotation? Are they going to, you know, take a bit of a longer rotation into the blue? We'll wait and see. Meanwhile, RUKH Esports. Oh, no, actually, we'll pin that for now. It looks like Vampires and TIMEOUT have actually found each other.
Yeah, they might have, as they are looking to get this fight underway all the way here in the C buildings. It is going to be Desha on the front line, Yazan now sneaking up as well to meet them. Oh, but look at that Mito with a beautiful off-angle spray. I like the awareness coming through here from the side of Vampires as they now move in and definitely looking to get themselves spread out as they could possibly get. And here we go as the opportunities are all over the place. But oh, S12K coming in for the first few hits. With the stop. Ooh, that molly. Yeah, not really going according to plan.
Ow. Oh, yeah, look, we've seen a couple of self-nades, now self-mollies. Hazard not going to let that opportunity slip, is going to get that confirmation. Vampire down to only 2 members still up and running to try and get themselves out of the situation and keep the flag running here for Vampires. They're quite split up. We're going to be spotting out Mod. Yes, Mido, sorry. Easy connection. But now where are the rest of TIMEOUT?
Yeah, we don't know just yet. But are they going to be able to bounce back? Come on. It's a 3v4 essentially. Well, 3v2, sorry. But is Vampire going to be able to get the jump on them? Of course, that blue zone has caught up with both these teams. We don't know whether or not they've actually prepped themselves fully for this blue zone fighting. We can see Mido could now be in a little bit of trouble. D3 is trying to hold on to the roof, but it's going to be the players here from Timeout looking to get that full send. And Hazard being the boldest of the bunch now, just stepping up. But look at that nade as it finds its way onto D3S.
Oh, it's nasty, but we love to see it. You can see the utility, the consumables are slowly but surely starting to run out. So both teams, they want to get a confirmation. They want to finish this battle and get a move on out of the blue zone. The nade is going to be connecting, and it's going to be connecting to Timeout. Timeout's actually taking an opportunity to get that res onto Mido, and because they took that split, now look what they have to deal with. They've got 2 down, potentially 3 down. Yep, it's 3 down, so Desha, I don't think they got the res onto Mido, so that's going to be it. Oh, they did. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I honestly thought that was gone.
Yeah, well, it ain't over until it's over, and here we go. Mido lives to fight another day as the shot comes in. The nade is on point, and this could be Mido to find yet another one as Ninja just tries to jump all over the place, trying to put a little bit of a gap between themselves, but it's going to be D3S bringing in the repayment, and down there are Vampires looking to potentially be able to clutch this one out. But it's all going to go down to what Desha will be bringing up next.
Okay, now I'm going to say what I was trying to say earlier. Now we're only down to Desha as the last remaining member here for Timeout. And look at the consumables that Desha has to work with. I'll give you a hint. It's 0. So unfortunately, they have to fight their way out of this one or be lucky enough to find a little bit of something to actually work with. Otherwise, we will be saying goodbye to Timeout.
Well, let's see. This could be Desha now. Oh, I mean, just trading places. Getting at least a little bit of something. Whoa, S12K coming in. I mean, could this be the Desha clutch that we are about to witness? Vampire trying to see if they can get the upper hand. He quickly managing to fill that health bar up that extra bit more. But Ninja waiting patiently. Could this be the play? Oh, no. Ninja denies them access.
Oh. Wow. Okay, so after quite a long back and forth, we finally have an answer. Vampires will be moving it on forward. Ninja with the clutch alongside the rest of the team, and now they need to make that rotation in. That blue zone has moved up, and I mean, in terms of the journey they now have to take, DK, they have to move from Military Base Island all the way at minimum to the northern side of Gutka.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yikes. Ouch.
Yes, that is going to be a very scary rotation that needs to come through on their end. But, you know, who knows? They might be up for a bit of a challenge. Speaking about challenge, it's going to be up to the players here from Mo Esports. Also now looking to hold on to a bit of a compound. I want to see where they can take it to this time.
I honestly thought when you said speaking of challenge, look at the Brooklyn Parking challenge, but never mind, it's okay. We move on to the crates. It's going to be URUS and CRYPTICS now taking a bit of a one-on-one here, trying to find that connection. Weiss already down, and it looks like the connection is there. As the cavalry for URUS moves on in, will CRYPTICS be able to hold it on out? They've already picked up 2 eliminations, so a much better start than what we saw in their first Erangel.
Yeah, definitely a much better start to what we saw. But let's now look onto this one. I mean, CRYPTICS already making it, being in the top 15 is, you know, much better because, well, they were the first one out before. So anything other than that is an improvement. But are they going to be able to get the jump onto URUS, as we have URUS here now holding with their 3-piece? We got Ramsey, Raouf, and Farok. But it does seem like the CRYPTICS are going to be looking to just bounce back and make quite a bit of a statement at that as well.
Well, the Vampire fans out there, just to give you a heads up, they've obviously just crossed the Western Bridge, and they still have to get themselves all the way past Everest just to make it into the new zone. So yeah, they've got a bit of a tough journey. CRYPTICS has a bit of an interesting challenge here. They have actually managed to surround URUS with at least one of their members. Senke holding that flanking angle. El Chapo now trying to go for the high ground to hold off. But really, I'm liking what CRYPTICS are doing. They're pincering in URUS. They're sending out that utility. One connection. There it is. Now we know this is the trigger to move on forward.
Ooh, things are getting scary there for Ramsey as you can see utility starting to fly on in. That Molly does get the upper hand, and now it's Raouf in a world of trouble as the nades come in. Up comes the rush, and this could be CRYPTICS now getting the sweep, and that is exactly what they do as they back URUS up and ship them out. VISTA could also be looking to contest a little bit of the action right here in the Georgia Bull crates, but we can see so much aggression coming through in that feed. We do see the players there from Virtual Gaming Squad and Triple also now looking to get into a bit of a fight all the way in North George. But as we head up north, It's going to be RUKH and Blackjack now in a bit of a standoff.
Yeah, back to what I was going to say about RUKH. I mean, they started off that first week again just showcasing such aggression, such clinical execution, and now we see them reduced down to only one, getting literally surrounded here by Blackjack Esports, looking to get that final connection. 1v4, let's see. Gonna be finding the first one. We've got shotties in hand. We know what they can do. A very difficult entry now for Blackjack if they want to take this. If Eugene can play this right, we could be seeing a little bit of a fun action. Yeah, there we go. Second.
Wow, Eugene getting super cheeky out here, stepping up, finding 2 of the Blackjack players. And now there's only 2 left. It's going to be Zeke and Aquaman himself. But, you know, Zeke just getting a beautiful hit on that one. And that is the end of the road. Meanwhile, Virtual Gaming Squad and Triple Esports will continue on as we yet again find ourselves sitting with only Icy now left to represent the side of Triple.
Triple Esports again, second Erangel in a row and second Erangel or map where they are just getting pincered. They're not having an opportunity really to say or do anything. Unfortunately, they will be bowing out once again, but Virtual Gaming will be picking up those 4 eliminations, feeling pretty happy. As you take a look at this wave, rotation, interesting opportunity now for them to hold as they can just keep an eye out on Titans making a rotation on through, but they want to get their numbers up. They want to get their players back into the action. Ninja actually managing to get into zone here for Vampires. So Vampires are still in this. One way or another, they still have 2 players alive. For how much longer? I'm not sure.
They're winging it, right? I mean, they're managing to hold on, and that is what Vampires do. They are persistent. I don't really know, but let's go for it. Either which way. Oh! Speaking about persistence, Titans so relentless as they move up on towards Wave, and now they have to wave goodbye as they get sent to the lobby. Yazan with a little bit of a, well, biting the bullet on that one, utilizing the molly to end their suffering, and now it's all down to Ninja to see how far the Vampires are going to be able to make it.
I'm liking this energy that the Titans are giving off. It does look like they are ready for a little bit more than what they've been showing so far, and they've already been doing so well. CRYPTICS spotting out Ninja. Ninja has a bit of a tough battle here. El Chapo actually managing to get their feet on the ground somewhat. A little bit of a footing will give them an opportunity to just chuck through that nade. A little bit of a connection, but it's not quite enough to get the knock. And Ninja now just trying to hold on for dear life here for the Vampire. Name is going to find one. But how much longer will they stay here? We still have 3 other CRYPTICS members who can come through and get the trade.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, we see Lazy Boy now just holding in the wing there, just position up into the vehicle. I mean, aside from Lazy Boy, we still got Marshall, but Marshall's all the way over on towards that western side of the zone, so we don't really... I don't think we are going to be seeing Marshall being able to close that gap. Meanwhile, it is VISTA that are going to come knocking as they send out a few to the team. And Ninja not about to let this one go just yet. They want to find that final play onto a CRYPTICS, but El Chapo has been raised up, just securing themselves back into the vehicle, and Lazy Boy now looking to reach across.
Go, just doing it. El Chapo still managing to get the res off, managing to get the med get off after that res. Lazy Boy trying to give them the cover, trying to give them the time as VST closes on in, looking for that third party, at least looking to take Ninja, and there it is. VISTA will take out the last member of Vampires. And then now, all they need to do is really kind of fall back. They don't need to push on forward. They can just go back into their compounds and wait for the rest of the teams to show up.
Yeah, that's pretty much the approach that they could take here. I mean, they've already been doing so much work in that previous game. But are they going to be able to replicate the efforts yet again? I mean, they're still holding on to a full squad here. But as we venture further up north, it's going to be Virtual Gaming Squad also now trying to see if they can maybe find Zeke, the final hopeful left for the side of Blackjack.
Ooh, let's see it. Blackjack, they have been very loud. They have really made it tough for a few of these teams, and now it looks like the tables have turned. Titans are approaching, looking at the angles that they're working with. They've got the World of Battle up ahead of them. They're just a little bit more towards the south. They've got the Mind Weapon. So this is a lot of potential eliminations if they can find the right timing, if they can work with this. Now the World of Battle, unfortunately, caught up in a sandwich.
Oh, and this is going to be absolute carnage. A three-way fight for possession, potentially even a four-way, as we have the World of Battle now getting rushed upon as Titan comes swinging on through. Down they go. Oh, it is looking absolutely drastic. Titan looking to pick the pieces back up on 7 elims. They are sitting right now, but making a quick dash for that northern edge of the zone. Players here from the mine weapon gonna be trying to just rain terror down from within the compound, finding a bit of a play, as we do have that knock now finding its way up into Titan Gaming.
Nice little bit of an angle here. The mind weapon, though, this engagement that they're going to be taking up against Titans or even potentially Virtual Gaming, it has a time limit on it. They are outside of the zone. They do not have the luxury of just waiting it out and waiting for this next phase. And in terms of that next zone, it's only Greedy4Kills that actually have a position in it. They're actually holding center currently. So they have prime position. The rest still have to find a pathing in. And looking at this now, everyone's so aware of the vicinity, so aware of the presence of these other teams that any rotation, any movement is going to cause an absolute fighting range, an absolute firing range onto their position.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you on that one. Let's see where this one is going to go, though, because, I mean, VISTA, the Gaming Squad, Blackjack, CRYPTICS, they all still need to make a bit of a play here. Marshall getting spotted out in the open, but the blue zone gets the upper hand, and down goes Marshall. This could spell a little bit of disaster for the remainder of CRYPTICS, as El Chapo is now all on their lonesome, situated all the way down south. Meanwhile, VISTA, they've been able to clear out at least the edge, but now as they move up, Titans just waiting in the wing. Greedy also just holding on to these ridges, and again, this is where it's all going to come down to that positioning.
We wait for it. The mind weapon already spotting out Titans. A few nades being sent on through AXA, ducking and weaving between them, not looking for that connection to be made onto them. As you can see, a little bit of information gathering back and forth. Virtual Gaming also now chiming in, making the damage, making the distraction, but someone needs to make a move. And right now, Titans, with their 2-2 split with 2 in the zone, they have an opportunity to pincer out the mind weapon.
They definitely have an opportunity here, but one thing that I'm noticing as well now is we are up to our top 6 teams. Mo Esports still sitting on a 3-piece, occupying that southern edge of the zone, so things are definitely looking on the up and up there for them. At least they are now within those placement points, so it's a great run. But where are they going to be looking to take it towards next? Meanwhile, it is going to be the players here from Titan Gaming. Oh! Just reaching into the mine weapon, getting 3 of their players knocked down, and oh, Luciano does not make it out in one piece. Instead, they go down, and that is Titans now up to 11 eliminations.
Titans are so proficient with these long-range engagements, and now VISTA is trying to do the same, picking up their 8th elimination as they now need to make a rotation, because who other than obviously Titans and Greedy4Kills trying to give them a bit of a warming welcome. And they actually might be heading a little bit close to that southern position where we have Mo Esports, as you mentioned. And for Mo, they need to pick up some of those eliminations. If they can play their cards right, they might be seeing all of these competitors take each other out, and then they can be there for the cleanup.
I mean, that would be beautiful, right? That would be beautiful if we could see that play come through. I mean, so if you looked at the performance before me saying that we want to see a Mo Esports winner win a chicken dinner, you might have gone like, I don't know. But looking at what they're doing right now, I mean, it might be there, right? There is a potential opportunity for that to be just around the corner. Who knows? But in the meanwhile, there's still quite a bit of threats to work with. We've got Titans up north, VISTA on the western side, and of course, Greedy pretty much positioned smack dab center zone. So there's still quite a few hurdles for, I mean, Mo Esports to overcome to get anywhere close to that.
We'll say the same here for VISTA Gaming. Now they're going to be spotted out by Greedy4Kills. We can see a nice little bit of a connection. Paradox trying to steal one away, but it's going to give up their position here to Mazzaro, who has a very clear line of sight to Mo Esports and their rotation into the zone. They do need to be cautious. I hope that they're going to be keeping their eyes peeled here on the horizon. Smoke's being deployed. Mo making the rotation in. Titans holding in a very interesting sandwich. I mean, to the left, you got Greedy4Kills. To the right, you got VISTA. Up ahead of you, you've got Mo Esports. So they have very good reach onto every team.
Yeah, they definitely do. But, oh, that is going to be Bum Bum, who is found out and shipped out down to VISTA on a 3. Well, back on a 4-piece. Titan also still sitting on a 4-piece, looking to see if they can bring that rest on through. But Paradox now pretty separated from Hansley. This is looking a little bit shaky, a little bit scary. I mean, Mozaro, as we know, not a player to discount. Some very, very capable skills coming through on that end. But yeah, again, Titans sitting right on the fence. They can choose who they want to fight with. Do they want to take on VISTA or do they want to take on Greedy? But it does seem like Titans are laying their hand and moving further and further forward, looking to capitalize on this opportunity.
This position is just classic Titan, right? I mean, this is one of the few teams where I would say they have the perfect position for their playstyle, for their sort of game style. But now, looking at this, it's GREEDYFORKILLS who are in center zone, who have cover, who have hard cover in the form of that compound. So they're going to be one of the other few teams that are really moving into this last phase as advantageous as they possibly can. Titans now looking for VISTA. A little bit of a nade connection onto P6 as well, but it is still looking good. So much damage dealt. And now maybe Titans can close it out, or maybe we might be seeing a little bit of the third parties.
Well, it is going to be quite a bit of an exchange both ways, as it is VISTA and Titans now just laying into each other. The Riz about to come through, bringing Titan back on towards 4, and this is the upper hand that they need to get the jump on towards VISTA. But will that push come through? It is going to be punching out on the front line. Oh, great opportunity. Up comes the buggy. It gets the knockout. Trying to make a play, but unfortunately, it is going to be Titan Gaming so quick on the trigger, and they just absolutely abolish them.
There was that opportunity. GREEDYFORKILLS, they smelt it out. They took 2 over to that ridgeline, trying to surprise Titans. But here it is, Mo Esports reaching across, trying to find an elimination because they know their time is running out. And for both of these teams, they want to get rid of Titans because they are just rolling in thick right now with all these eliminations. I don't see a point for Titans to really stop. We need to get an end to it, or Titans might be rolling up with one of the highest elimination count wins.
Yeah, it might be exactly that. Already sitting on 15. I mean, it's a pretty tough competition between those high finishing chicken dinners. But it is going to be Greedy now, just picking up some beautiful angles with the utility. Nossa just pulling up as well. P6 and the rest of Titans holding strong as the utilities continue to rein in. But we do have quite a few all over the place and no clear line of sight. It's still could swing in either one's favor, but if we look at positioning, Mo, they have the anchor point secured within the zone there at the hand of Hansley, but now it is going to be Titans rushing over on towards Zuxi, trying to find a bit of an opportunity. The spray comes through as the Bison just lights it up. Zuxi picks up the first, but will they be able to get the remaining 2 players as Teak and Puncher now look to advance? Teak getting spotted down, he goes, and now turns onto the shoulders here of Puncher. Trying to ride that ridge out, but so close to the edge.
Ooh, Puncher now trying to make the rotation, but I mean, you can see how dangerous this rotation is going to be. That buggy is literally a shot away from blowing up, and already right in front of Mo Esports they go. So that will be it for Titan. As you take a look, Mo Esports and GREEDYFORKILLS, your top 2, and both fighting for that winner-winner chicken dinner. But Mo, they have an uphill battle. It is a 2-on-4.
Well, I mean, we asked for an improvement on the side of Mo. They've made it all the way up into 2nd place, right? 2nd and 1st. They're in the top 2. They're right here. But it's going to be a full force of Greedy just descending down onto them. Paradox is going to be trying to push in on that southern edge. Hansley now getting spotted. Down they go. Oh, it looks a little bit dangerous. Paradox trying to cause a bit of an upset out in the blue zone, trying their best to get the shots, and down they go. That is Greedy picking up the winner with a chicken dinner. But Mo Esports surviving all the way through to that final zone.
Okay. I'm liking it. A little bit of placement points to add to the tally here for Mo Esports, which definitely is an improvement, which is what we're asking for. We're not going to be, expecting a team that's going to be going all the way from the bottom all the way to the top in a single day of play. That's a little bit too much to ask. These teams are too good for that. But we definitely are seeing those glimmer of hopes turning into a much brighter fire. So, yeah, Mo Esports, if you do watch this back, please. We are all rooting for you, and we want to see more of that coming back.
Yeah, but we just got to do this, right? I mean, well played. I mean, Mo Esports being able to survive all the way through to that final zone, a great increase in performance that we saw there. But you got to give credit to where credit is due. Greedy stepping up, staying true to their name, claiming that winner chicken dinner, and putting up such a fight against the players there from Titan Gaming. I mean, Titan, they are so relentless in their efforts, but they were able to fall to the efforts coming through from Greedy.
It's looking good, but let's just get a little bit of a recap for those highlights.
Oh, very, very exciting. Erangel coming through here. I mean, this was exactly what we're looking to see from our respective teams. Just keeping the suspense all the way to the very, very finish. Of course, speaking about suspense, we need to take a look and see what those match rankings are, how many points our respective teams were able to secure.
It was spicy. It was spicy. Titan Gaming, they were looking like they were going to pick up a crazy elimination game, but they did. It was 15. I just thought they were going to get more, but it's okay. 20 points overall in the tally. 1 point below them, it is GREEDYFORKILLS, who were winner chicken dinner winners with 9 eliminations. They were looking strong. Mo Esports still in the top 5 with 6 points, so there's a little bit of a hope, a glimmer coming through, but a very good spread overall on the first page from the rest of the teams. We've got 8, 9, 7 eliminations. I mean, teams were hyped. Teams were ready for those fights.
Yeah, they definitely were. And of course, as we know, 8th place, closing it up with 4 points. Moving over to the second page, there's going to be Blackjack sitting right up at the top there with 3 points to their name. But of course, then we've got a few customers visiting us over in our glorious donut shop. So welcome to the world of battle, Triple Esports and URUS. It feels weird to say that, to see them not being able to pick up a single point. But you got to say, again, Triple found themselves in a very challenging position.
Yeah, look, it's the second Erangel in a row that they are just getting pincered. They are getting caught out on their rotation. Teams are just ready, or they have better equipment, and they have the opportunity to take Titans out. So unfortunately, their Erangels haven't gone the way that they wanted them to. And I really thought in that first iteration, you know, we were looking at a Triple Esports that was going to reign supreme once again, the way in which they started the previous weekend. But unfortunately, they are just getting pincered. They are just getting taken out and outnumbered. But maybe a Miramar is what they need.
Yeah, who knows? But they're only going to have one Miramar, and that is going to be the next one. And speaking about the next one, we are going to be hopping into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned. We'll see you guys right back afterwards.
viewers here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. Well, we're getting ready to hop into game number 4 right here in phase number 2, day number 3. But of course, we also have to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. It is that time, right? It is time for us to hop into the game to see where our teams are going to be looking to go towards as we are making our entry. All the way up north, we can see the lovely crater fields down below, and of course the flight path is pulling right across over on towards that eastern side.
Very nice indeed. And whew, we got to give a shout out to the viewers who are still awake and ready for this Miramar action, because it has been a long battle. You can see some of the viewers in chat asking if we're real, DK. Are we real? Are we really real?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. How do you answer that?
Sure.
Yes,
That's how.
maybe.
You just say sure. Of course. I mean, why would it? Just as real as the flight path is. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, here we are. But Miramar finally here, an opportunity for the teams now who are a little bit more comfortable to bring in that elimination game. I mean, we have to look at the likes of CRYPTICS. We know very comfortable on Miramar. We already saw them doing a lot better on that second version of Erangel. As the like is for Triple, the conversational piece that we started just before the break. I'm not sure how they're going to be translating into their Miramar when they eventually do get the opportunity to do so. Are they here? Is it this one that they're here? I don't see Triple, do you?
Well, if you look close, right? If you look really close, you'll see them.
Okay.
Out on the map.
They're
They're
there.
there.
You see them.
Right over there, because they not playing in the last match, right? This is their final match of the day. They close up their performance right here on game number 4. So it is going to be quite interesting to see once we can actually spot them. But they've probably went over on towards the western side.
Yes, I see them. There we go. Over towards the eastern side, actually. Closer to Puerto Pareso, they are finding themselves. But it's fine. They are here. So Triple Esports, please. We have fans in the chat that want to see a Triple Esports win. And I mean, the fact is, the way in which they just jumped up into the action last weekend, the way in which they climbed to the top of the rankings, they really made a statement, and I think they maybe put a bit of a target on their back. Similar to Mo Esports now, we already see one elimination, Vortex going down, CRYPTICS already closing on in for that confirmation almost immediately, so we will be saying goodbye to Vortex, and Mo reduced down to 3. Both of these teams, we want to see a bit of a change-up, even if it's at the very least, just to get yourself momentum ready for tomorrow.
Well, momentum, as we know, is very, very important. So much so that El Chapo steps up with a little bit of a fisticuff play there. Gets the first elim secured. But where's it going to go towards next? Is, you know, we were talking about the consistency from Mo. They are showing the I mean, I wouldn't say the unwanted consistency, but the not so good consistency, right? The not as favorable consistency with losing their first player right here. But well, let's see if they maybe can pick up the flow, right? Replicate what they were able to do over on Erangel and, you know, make it all the way to those very late stages.
Ooh, so there's a lot of ifs and buts, but we need to see what the teams are going to be bringing to the table. At the end of the day,
It does seem
it's going
like
to
I might have lost an proxy along the way somewhere,
You
but it
haven't.
is going to be
You just couldn't
fine.
hear me.
Oh, you muted yourself.
It was an accident.
Oh.
They could hear me, but you couldn't.
Whoopsie.
Look, it's the second last game. Okay, we
Yes.
need to be somewhat entertaining. You know, give everyone awake. So I need
Keep
to
your
just
hands
trip
where
you
I
up.
can see them. Keep
Oh,
your hands where I
okay.
can see them.
Sorry.
Off the buttons.
I'm sorry. Oh goodness. Okay, but back into what you were saying. A lot of ifs and buts. But it's ultimately up to the team. And the teams need to make sure that they are putting their best foot forward, because we're getting to that halfway marker. We're getting very, very close to that point where it's cut off, where we decide who's going to finals, who's not going to finals. And if you haven't already gotten a good start, it's so tough to try and catch all of that up in 1 week. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a lot of pressure you're putting yourself on an already very pressure-full week.
Yes. Yes. I mean, there's no arguing that fact. And you do see a few teams being capable of coping with that high level of pressure. Somehow miraculously, with this I'm referring to what we saw in previous seasons. Somehow miraculously managing to just kind of pick themselves up out of nowhere and bring through such a strong performance. But I don't know if we have, if that's going to come through in this season, because the teams that have done that in the past already find themselves within a decently strong position on the overall ranking. So there's no need for that to happen at this current point in time. But I don't know if that's something that we could potentially be seeing from the teams that are sitting on the lower end of the grand standings, right? Not the weekly
Yeah.
overalls, the grand standings.
A grand
As we know-
overall standings.
Yes, yes. And as we know, those are also obviously being updated as the teams secure themselves points day after day, match after match.
Look, the one thing you can say about PMPL is it is a gauntlet, and the fact that we changed the format, that we don't have those super weekends anymore, the fact that, you know, no one has that opportunity now to take it a little bit easier, to, you know, relax for the first couple of days before they really have to get into the grinding weekend games. It provides an opportunity for a lot of players to make more mistakes, but also to give themselves the best possible chance for consistency, because that has to always be at the forefront of their minds. That has to be how they structure their strategy. That has to be how they structure their team. So I really do like that the players have, you know, adapted to this format, already adapted to, you know, the points change, and now it's just a case of this PMPL tournament forces them to do it again and again, and to be better and better and better. Ultimately, hopefully, until we see Africa take over PMGC. Just saying. I'd like to see that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm not gonna say no. It'd be great.
No. Yes.
Yes. Only the yes. Not the other word. Only yes. But speaking about the yes, we do have the players here from RUKH also now looking to get a little bit of that yes action going on their side. They have pretty much control of the western front. No one really going to be bringing any potential threats in their direction. I think also with the addition of Titan not being here, that Valdel mod option is very, very open for the playing. But speaking of that also then, we have, of course, MEA Esports getting ready for a little bit of action, and this time they're going up against, well, not this time, but they're going up against URUS again.
Alright, so a little bit of a repeat action here, an opportunity. Look, URUS have done some fantastic things on Miramar. We've seen them hunker down on this power grid position before. Unfortunately, the tables have been turned, and they can't quite yet get into the position they want to hold. Virtual Gaming also now. Hey, look who's taking them out. It's going to be MEA Esports picking up their first elimination, potentially turning that into 2. Hulk is out in the open. Got a little bit of a connection, but not going to be quite enough to get that knock. But now we do see the rest of Virtual Gaming, they have to make that rotation in. So for MEA Esports, this might be the time that they want to back off a little bit, just get themselves some spacing, or really invest and hunker down into this engagement.
Well, let me see whether or not we'll be able to see a lot of that hunkering as the zone centers up on towards Chumacera. And this is a great opportunity for CRYPTICS now to just roll back a little bit, get themselves resituated back into Chumacera and see what they can do. But I like that southern rotation also coming through from the side of Triple Esports. I mean, just inching their way in. So far, undetected. And this could be the exact kind of approach they need to take to have that return like we saw in previous days.
Love to see it. Lag already spotting out a few movements, trying to find that connection. At the moment, Arab Golden also just looking to get back into the usual standing, to get back into their best performance. And maybe that starts with finding the connection onto Lag Esports, maybe. As you take a look at it, a little bit of a connection now. That zone is going to move more and more to the south. And I like just to highlight what Triple Esports are doing. We saw them dropping there towards Impala. They've taken that entire southern approach, and now they're going to be one of the first few teams in that southern portion of the zone. We know the terrain it's very, very tough terrain, but at least they have the rotational advantage. At least they can get themselves set up before the rest of the teams move on in.
Well, let's see whether or not that's going to be on the cards. Meanwhile, still going to be quite a bit of rotation needing to come through on this northern side. Ooh. As we do have a hand and Mo Esports getting ready to maybe do something. Bum playing a serious case of hide and seek. Not going to be making too much noise. Waiting instead for Redox and the rest of Black Hand to rather disengage and move upwards and onwards.
They probably have heard a little bit of something. They would be finding themselves in a sandwich here with Mo Esports, but again, it's the numbers game that has to be the talking point. For Mo, they only have 3 players to work with. For Black Hand, it's the full 4. But also for Mo, they've picked up 2 eliminations. So Hansley, thank you for that. Let's keep it going. Redox still sticking around. Doesn't look like Bum's actually going to take this fight, so they are completely silent. They've gone dark. They don't want to give information out. Even though it's so tempting to just take that shot onto Redox.
Yeah, they got to... Ooh.
There it is.
I was about to say they got to practice that triggered discipline, and yeah, you can't really fault them for that. But now, it doesn't seem like Blackhand are going to be looking to do all that much because the blue zone is coming in. So, who knows? Maybe it could be a little bit of a saving grace there for Mo Esports to, again, play for a much longer lasting game instead of running into a bit of trouble.
Black Hand making that rotation in triple. We were talking about it. They made that southern rotation, but it looks like great minds think alike as Wave Esports have joined them on this ridgeline, trying to fight for control, for supremacy here of the southern portion of these crazy terrains. Now, triple, old boy, maybe going full flank?
Ooh. I mean, that could be an interesting approach for them to take, as they are starting to encircle Wave. But if they are caught in an unwanted position, Wave could definitely look to bring in quite a bit of resistance. Old boy reaching over towards Petrox, lays quite a bit of damage up and towards that buggy. But a nice bit of a distraction. That off-angle play could definitely look to work out favorably for them, but it doesn't seem like Triple are going to be able to push that one just yet.
Wave making that rotation on in, still getting information and finding a little bit of good ground. So there is plenty of little ridges and little just points of entry where they can hold and use as cover, but we can see all of those teams making the rotation in. Everyone wants to get a piece of that southern action because of the terrain. They know that unfortunately cover is scarce, and Wanted did a very good job trying to scout out a potential compound here for the team, but where are the rest? It looks like they'll have to give it up as they can hear those vehicles moving on in. They do not want to be caught out here by Wave Esports, so they will rather be rotating around. Quality going to be trying to hold their back as they take down Gaddafi. You can see the rest of Arab Golden trying to keep their teammates safe, but in the meanwhile, it's GREEDYFORKILLS and Black Hand who are getting up to some action.
Oh, they're getting up to quite a bit of action here, as we can see things already looking pretty toasty as Greedy down to 2-piece. Nasa and Zuxi now getting stuck on that hillside. But again, a great opportunity being presented here to the side of Mo Esports. We can actually see them come in with a bit of that third-party angle and really find a few eliminations along the way.
Oh, let's see it happen here. Black Hand already finding Fivo. Senke jumping up here with Lag Esports, so we're going to keep an eye out on that while we watch what's happening here. Black Hand still numbers advantage. They've been quiet for the day. already with 2 eliminations in their pocket. Can they double up? Can they really build up a fantastic pointer here on Miramar? It would be a good start. It would be a great way for them to jump into the weekend.
Well, let's find out how this one is going to unravel as Storm now gets spotted out. Up comes Nossa trying to find a little bit of a cheeky spray, but there's a lot of back and forth. Finds Plaza as well. But there we go. A quick response as Nossa has been stopped. Xerxes managing to put quite a bit of distance between themselves. So again, it plays for that longevity here of Greedy. They do, however, find Koa out on the ridge, trying to push up with the buggy, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Now finds the heads, and will it result in that knock as Koa quickly just turns around and heads in the opposite direction?
The turnaround is so quick these days. I mean, just when you think that you've got the upper hand, just when you think you're going to be the team to reign supreme, you take a moment, you hesitate for just 1 second, and it all turns to around URUS. Now finding CRYPTICS. Oh my goodness, and just behind them it is Bum Bum. What a bit of a mashup. I think we've even got a little bit of timeout action in between with lag as well. So this is quite a crazy cluster here as all of the teams are trying to fight for some space.
Yeah, definitely going to be quite a bit of fighting coming through for the space, but Mo Esports now getting themselves encircled here. We've got the CRYPTICS, URUS, and so many more just hanging around. Timeout also just waiting in the wing. And this is going to be where they will be tested, whether or not they are going to be able to survive the onslaught here. But URUS, CRYPTICS, slow and steady approach. Not going to be risking it all. Instead, they want to try and cover as much ground. But this is Bum Bum, bound to receive a few visitors.
Let's see what happens here. Mo Esports going to be trying to keep it quiet. Bum Bum hopefully will be able to play hide and seek, but there's a lot of cover. Those shots are going to give away their position, and CRYPTICS are just going to clean up with a bait and switch. Perfect and clinical, but we will say goodbye to Mo Esports, at least 2 eliminations, but they will be our first team. And this is going to signal for the rest of the squads that this is going to start getting crazy. Spaces running out, locations, cover, you name it. These teams are going to be put to the test real soon as we get closer and closer to the end stage.
Yep, they are definitely going to be tested, as we know. Speaking about the tests, of course, the players here from Virtual Gaming Squad also now having to try and pass their test, as they've got the World of Battle just hanging on the outskirts of that zone, but quite a few teams right behind them, so they need to be very cautious as to how they play this one out. I mean, even RUKH Esports just holding on to the beautiful elevation could maybe bring a bit of a saving play now for the side they are Virtual.
What could be good, though, for Virtual is they could potentially gatekeep the World of Battle, depending on the angle and the rotation they're about to take. We'll see getting into the vehicles. They've got that information. It looks like they're going to be heading more towards the south, which is good. Unfortunately, though, it means Virtual Gaming won't be able to pick up some cheeky little eliminations, so they'll have to settle for just a safer rotation into zone. But for the World of Battle, you can just see, I mean, their options are so limited. There is really just no spacing to work with that's in zone and is safe from the rest of the teams.
Well, let's see whether or not they're going to be able to find a little bit of an approach to play out here. Still a very, very challenging angle, pulling up alongside Mido here from Timeout. But Timeout down to only 1, so a lot of pressure coming through on that side. We are seeing quite a bit of solos, right? Greedy, Lag, Smash, all down to 1 alongside Mido right here. But as we know, these solos could be quite disruptive if they choose to be. The Mind Weapon, meanwhile, they've also been a little bit quiet today. We've not really seen all that much really coming through from the Mind Weapon. But could this Miramar be the game in which that all then turns around? Because they've also shown themselves to be super capable. And I want to see what they're looking to bring to the table here.
I mean, we've already said goodbye to Greedy4Kills, so there is that opportunity, and they have some good spacing. They have an opportunity now to potentially take some eliminations away from Wave Esports now, moving on into their territory. It's just about managing expectations, managing the rest of the teams out in the vicinity around, and then they could really be looking at a shot. I would also just love it if they could pick up some pacing, pick up some good points here. Triple moving in from that southern point, very spread out approach, and they're doing so to try and find as many teams as possible, right? Getting information is going to be key for this next zone shift. And speaking of that zone shift, we should be just around the corner of that one. Ooh, okay. So we're getting a little bit further away from the southern terrains, but there's still a lot of challenging angles to deal with.
Oh yes, quite a few to choose from, in fact. And speaking of challenging, it's going to be Blackhand and RUKH Now just facing off with RUKH finding quite a few plays. Black Hand reduced to Koa, and this is where the heat is going to come through as we look to see what Koa is going to bring in, but they've been found out. The shots getting driven on in. Elias just going to be hanging in the wing there as well. So a nice bit of vacancy being brought over onto the western side. We do have Ra'ad on that southwestern side, but the rest of the team's pretty much focused up in towards Chumasera.
And that's really the only space they have to work with. I mean, so very few compounds. And again, there is some spacing towards the southern portion, but it's Triple, Arab Golden, and Ra'ad that have already got themselves situated with that terrain and are trying to make it their own. Speaking of Triple, they've actually just pulled up on Arab Golden, so we'll have to wait and see if there's going to be engagement there. In the meanwhile, Wave might be actually in an opportunity to get that third party. They've got perfect line of sight onto Triple and Arab Golden. Wait and see. You can see shots firing off in the distance as CRYPTICS in the center are trying to get some well-needed eliminations. And here it is, Triple and Arab Golden finding one another.
Oh, but let's see who's going to be the one to take it now. Old Boy stepping up. Quite a few shots coming through already. Oh, there we go. Triple just taking down Arab Golden like it's nothing, sending them out in 13th position.
This is what we were waiting for, finally. They are getting closer and closer to being the kings of the south, but they still have to deal with Ra'ad. At least they're picking up 3 eliminations. At least they're doing a little bit more than what they have been able to in the past few maps, just purely based on their position and rotation. But speaking of positions and rotations, CRYPTICS, they're leaning. They're looking to see who's around that ridgeline, who they can potentially start a bit of an engagement with. And for now, they might just be holding on to the compounds while they take just note and scope of what is around them and who is around them. Speaking of who's around them, Triple, they have Ra'ad behind them, but they've got Wave slowly but surely creeping up into their territory, and now CRYPTICS up ahead of them. Unfortunately, this is once again going to be looking like a pincer.
Well, we want to see whether or not they'll be able to survive any pincer. I mean, CRYPTICS are not going to be pushing up quite aggressively onto this, so I don't see it batting out really here for Triple, as they do have a slight bit of an angle to play towards Wave now, looking to get themselves mobilized. And if you ever had a duo to choose from, this would be the duo, right? The Old Boy IC combo, and up they come. Oh, finding the hits, the trades. That is Wave now down to 1. Old Boy also just holding strong, sitting with all 3 of the elims, and there we go. It's going to be Wave losing their players slowly as they do start to bleed on out, but it's not over just yet. It is going to be down to Hemo, who somehow manages to hold on to almost no health.
Yeah, that 1 HP heal was scary, but still alive. They are trying to get their teammates back up. Triple is going to be reduced down to only Old Boy, unfortunately, but, I mean, Old Boy is making quite a lot of noise, has already found 2, and is just looking for this last connection onto Hemo. But as we talk about it, all this noise is going to attract the attention of Ra'ad, who could get closer, and they do need to go through this territory anyway just to get themselves into zone, so they might be able to pick up some stragglers.
Well, let's see whether or not they are going to be able to find them. There's going to be, again, just lurking on that ridgeline, just tempting fate, pulling forward little by little, looking to see if they can find a bit of an opportunity. But that vehicle also is going to be smoking, so that could maybe deter any upfront shows of aggression to come through. But up we come. It is going to be Old Boy looking to close it out, spots the opportunity on to go for. Oh! Does pick up the one down, 3 more to go. Tries now to aim at again. Ooh. But yes, it was a bit of a bait switch. Down goes Triple all the way in 12th place, but look at this, Ra'ad not done just yet, turning their focus now on towards Wave as they find Hemo, and 1 knock, not just managing to quickly sneak into that shack.
Managing expectations, baiting and switching, trying to utilize whatever opportunities you have up ahead of them. And for Ra'ad, at this point in time, it is still their numbers advantage. They still have an opportunity to get the res on in. And Wave... Yeah, look, in terms of 1 knock right now, no meds, nothing really to work with. They need to move up on that ridgeline to get some looting done. So we'll wait and see how that's going to turn out. In the meanwhile, the World of Battle, they found a compound, but they're right alongside Virtual Gaming, and it looks like they want to go say hello to their neighbors.
Oh, yes, it does look like they want to go say hi. But will we see that full-on push coming through now? Because there's going to be quite a bit of contention, especially on the edge now with the players there from Lag also getting backed up. Things are starting to well, maybe dissolve ever so slightly, but oh, look at that. Up comes the rush yet again. The world of battle. Now just showing so much aggression as they push forward on towards Virtual Gaming Squad. One shot is going to be the final contender left to try and make a bit of a difference here, but will the world of battle allow that to happen?
That's going to be the question here. Virtual Gaming holding strong, not looking to allow the world of battle to actually get up the stairs, but will manage to at least get one. But while one shot is holding up the stairs, the bullets are going to be running out, and the world of battle will at least find a foothold into this engagement as they finally do confirm Virtual Gaming out. But I mean, at what cost is going to be the question. Yes, they pick up the eliminations, but they have been relegated to only 2, and all the noise they've made has obviously alerted the likes of URUS to their position.
Oh, so this is going to be where World of Battle finds themselves in a very sticky situation as the mollies come out. Arthur Mohammed having to push forward. The blue zone is going to force their hand, but will they make it out in one piece? URUS, just look at the positioning that they've taken up. But we also have a little bit of that rook that could come swinging in to add to the pressure. Here we go. Weiss spots the opportunity, steps out, finds Arthur Mohammed, also then falls to the spray, and that is the world of battle getting sent on their merry way.
Hey, it has to happen at some point, but everyone is looking for eliminations. No one wants to go out. CRYPTICS have already picked up 9 eliminations. I've told you, they are just so good on Miramar. It just seems like they're more comfortable, they're more confident, and I mean, they're using that confidence to the max right now. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be the next on their chopping block.
Well, there's only one way to find out. We need to keep our eyes glued to the screen. There's a few potential plays that we could see. I like the angles coming through here from CRYPTICS. I mean, just waiting up top, you know, patiently timing their performances here. But of course, now look at RUKH pulling in from that southern side, coming in as a bit of a surprise here, as the rest of the teams now look to make their stand, and this is a beautiful angle for RUKH to look to try and capitalize on. They've already been able to secure themselves 8 eliminations, and could this be that turning point that we have been looking for?
URUS Esports, they have been spotted out, unfortunately. They're trying to give us little pixels away, trying to give us little information away, but RUKH, they just have the better angles to work with, and right up ahead of them it is also CRYPTICS. A long battle that they need to fight. At least they are in zone, so they've got some spacing to work with. On the other side of things, we've got a few stragglers in the form of Smash and Black Hand. We've got the RUKH to the north, we've got RUKH to the south. And the RUKH, I mean, they have a bit of a tough fight here. I mean, just as they move on to that ridge line, they're going to be exposing themselves not only to the likes of URUS, not only to the likes of CRYPTICS, but also to RUKH. So they need to really choose their timing carefully.
Yeah, it's going to be of the utmost importance to get that timing spot on. But they are going to be running out of time, so maybe they need to try and push it. Speaking about pushing it, we did see Goa also now trying to make a bit of a push, but Ilias stopped them in their tracks, and that is one elimination now on board for Smash. Look at Farokh just trying to bring a bit of a stop to the advances here from RUKH. Out to 50. There's going to be Pusher and Bronsberg, but look at the reach coming in, finding Weiss. And now URUS still in a potential position here to really bring in that bounce back, as the nade also just bounces ever closer. But this next one could be the one to seal the fate.
All the utilities going to be heading into that exact position. Slowly but surely they want to be chipping away at RUKH and the HP bars, but the exact same strategy in the exact same way, RUKH will be looking to do the same. RUKH, though, we said it. As soon as they move from that position, as soon as they try and take one engagement, they're going to be opening themselves up to all of the remaining teams in the vicinity. And unfortunately, that's exactly how RUKH have been picking up these crazy eliminations, already sitting on 10. And it doesn't look like they're going to stop anytime soon.
Well, let's see how far they can push this one. Still just having to play up high. Still having a very favorable positioning, but now that zone moving towards the western side. It's going to be, again, the only player within the zone. Meanwhile, URUS and CRYPTICS go down. Oh, but there we go. CRYPTICS settling that dispute as they lay waste to URUS. Again, looking to rotate forward as well, trying to sneak up on towards RUKH. And this is RUKH taking some very, very bold moves. But look at RUKH. Oh, the blue zone gets the better of them. It is the end of the road. 3 teams were making it up into this phase. We are down to the final 2. It is CRYPTICS v RUKH sitting on 10 eliminations. CRYPTICS sitting on 12. What the heck is going on?
It's Miramar. Like we said, this is the top-heavy elimination map. The spacing, CRYPTICS, their confidence, their comfortability, and now RUKH finally moving on in. They had that beautiful Erangel game, and now they're looking to double up on Miramar. That zone is going to be closing out. They've got a very good spread of opportunities, but can CRYPTICS manage all of these different angles that RUKH are throwing at them?
Well, we'll find out soon enough. But here we go. Lazy Boy trying to reach in. Not finding the angles, finds nothing but walls. And I mean, RUKH, they've got a very decent spread. But I guess to see what Ghazi and Hazem are going to be doing. Are they going to look to push the center zone? Yes, that is exactly what they do. But this could open them up to those sprays coming through from CRYPTICS. As you can see, Ghazi trying to bring in a little bit of that suppressive fire. Again, also in a good position to sneak in as we can see them moving closer. But Ghazi not having great success with finding Marshall and Senke out on that ridge.
I like the spread that RUKH have. They have so much potential, but it's again going to come down to timing. That shot, though, the nades, Marshall and Senke down to only a sliver. Can this molly finally push them out of their connection and finally push them into the crosshairs here of RUKH?
Oh, they're going to have to do quite a bit of work to get that to happen. Let's see now. CRYPTICS trying to pick up the pieces yet again. Lazy Boy has to patch themselves up. Because that health bar needs a little love. Oh, Ghazi doesn't get taken out by the blue. And this is now that opportunity for CRYPTICS to rush forward, looking to leverage their numbers advantage as they do find a little bit of that Hazem action on the edge. Riding the side, up comes Marshall, quickly changing over to that M249, the perfect weapon. Cause so much carnage. Oh, and here we go. The spray is on point. Up comes the hit. Oh, so close. Hazem manages to get the shot in, but down they go. Senke again up they come, and it is CRYPTICS who steal the show, picking up a glorious performance, and with that, of course, taking 14 eliminations and no victims.
That is a CRYPTICS classic Miramar right there. Picking up the winner chicken dinner, picking up the crazy double-digit eliminations. I mean, it's just send me back to week number 1. But this is what we are starting to see. RUKH, I mean, they brought in such a beautiful, performance there on Erangel. They didn't quite make it happen when it came to placements, but now they've come through in second with more eliminations than they had. So they've really stepped up their game, and maybe that's enough for them to climb the overall standings.
Well, who knows? We'll find out soon enough. But gotta say, what a sweaty Miramar that was. I mean, just looking at the build-up that we've got, right? We started out with the absolutely crazy Sanhok, leading into the back-to-back Erangels. And then we get into this Miramar, and things just kind of break, right? They just go to a whole different level. And of course, we were waiting to see at which point we'll have the players from CRYPTICS stepping up and just showing us what they are capable of. And they did it in this one, walking away with 14 eliminations to their name. I mean, that's the kind of CRYPTICS performance that we love to see.
Yeah, this is the CRYPTICS performance that we're used to, but it's not necessarily going to be happening every single map. Because we can see already RUKH catching up. We had a few more stragglers like Triple going through. We had Wave towards the end as well. And everyone just looking for their opportunity to get to the top.
Well, as we know, we also have a few of those highlights that are going to be lurking just around the corner. Just waiting for them to come in, so let's take a look at them. Oh, I mean, Miramar never disappoints. And as we know, we still have one more Miramar left to go. But before we go anywhere, it's going to be time for those match rankings, right? We've got to see what the point situation is, how many points our teams were able to secure, and just where that all then takes them towards. Of course, we are going to be taking a look at that, and it is a pretty heavy hand being dealt by both RUKH and CRYPTICS.
Our winner chicken dinner winners so far have been semi-consistent in terms of every single time they do take a win, they're above 20 points, which is ridiculous. I mean, for a team to not only take the first place finish, but also get the most eliminations, it's ridiculous. But this is where we're at. Raad not too far off from CRYPTICS. RUKH also just stepping on up, making a little bit of noise. Glad to see URUS there. Glad to see the World of Battle. Also glad to see Black Hand. They've also been a bit quiet tonight. So it's nice to see them making that approach and making a little bit of noise as we head on through. Smash and Triple, they have been there back and forth, almost Triple. Again, they picked up a good elimination, but then immediately they got pressed.
Yeah, and that's what we love to see, that press coming through. But of course, speaking of press, we need to press on and take a look at that second page. Of course, Triple closing off 8th place there with 4 points to their name. We move over on towards Wave, who come in with those 3 eliminations. But again, it's been a very, very tough hand being dealt across the board. MEA Esports at least securing themselves 2 points. I mean, points are points, right? That's what we love to see. But TIMEOUT Esports, we've seen them now for several games in a row. Not finishing where we'd like to see them. I mean, they either finish on 1 or a bit of a 0 there, so it's not particularly ideal. I'd love to see a bit of a comeback coming through from TIMEOUT Esports as well.
Look, it's constantly going to change up who we're going to be considering and who we're going to be talking about, who needs to step it on up and who needs to get back into the action. MEA Esports, we've already seen that glimmer of hope from them today, sorry. So now maybe it's someone else's turn. Maybe it's someone else who needs to take their opportunity and give us the best possible performance. But while we think about that in the back of our minds, we're going to take a short break while we get ready for our last Miramar of the day.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. This is Phase 2, Day 3, Game 5 that is about to come up on screen. I'm surprised that I'm still able to keep track of all these odd numbers, but either which way, it's that time of the night, right? It's time for our final game, our final Miramar, to see what our teams are going to be bringing out onto that battlefield. I've been seeing quite a few surprises already coming through from our previous 3 matches. We also know moving into this game, it's going to be the final game well, the final game for the rest of the teams, but one of our groups have already concluded all the matches for the day, and that's going to be none other than the players coming through from, well, Group E, right? No, Group A. They've already played all the games, yeah.
Absolutely. So now it is going to be the last Miramar, as you said, the last game, the last etc. 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 But there's also one of the few opportunities that these teams have to either double up, double down, and get themselves a good showing of points with the momentum they already have, or for the teams that haven't had the best of performances to get themselves in the right mindset coming back tomorrow. Let's get those small wins, get those small victories that you can use coming back tomorrow to make sure that you have a better day of play. And for that, I'm really going to be looking at the likes of Mo Esports, Timeout. Vampires have been a bit quiet for me as well. They've had some shining moments, but I want to see a bit more. And Blackhand. I mean, there's a one that I'm going to be throwing out there. Let's see a little bit more Blackhand action. They were nuts in the previous weekend. What's happening?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I also want to know what's happening because even if we look back to yesterday, I mean, Blackhand only brought in 15 points yesterday, right? So it's about time that we see them just rise up. I mean, they went from 19 points on day 1 to 15 points on day 2. And yeah, today has been a little bit of a tough day, but we want to see what they are able of what they'll be able to accomplish here. We know them to be a very strong team, as you said, right? Phase 1, they just popped off like it was no one's business. But we've not yet really seen a lot of that coming through into this week's performances. So who knows? Maybe it could be the game in which they look to just blow everything out of the water.
I would hope so. I mean, it's Miramar. The teams are going to have that space to work with. They're going to have that time to really think about how they're going to be taking and approaching those strategies. But we need to get into it. That's ultimately where we need to go, DK. We need to jump into the action here for a little bit of that wonderful, wonderful Miramar action.
Well, let's see where this one is going to be going. Of course, flight path is going to be coming in on the... Oh, yeah, okay, that was definitely the western side. I was trying to figure out where we were, only looking at what we can see from the plane. But of course, if you take a look on the map, it's a very centralized flight path coming through, starting on the west, heading over to the east, starting nowhere, heading nowhere, right? There's no names on any of those places, but either which way, I want to see where that initial zone is going to be going. Will we have a little bit of a surprise, maybe pulling into some ridiculous, crazy direction, or is it going to be kind and allow these teams to play a lot more of that strategic approach?
That's going to be the question here as we take a look at it. With this very nameless flight path, all of the teams have equal opportunity to get to their favorite drop sites. So I really shouldn't be seeing anyone out in the open, you know, trying to fight for scraps and trying to fight for loot, because that seems to have been a little bit of a theme tonight. We've had so many players just running out of consumables, running out of supplies towards the end, and that's ultimately what's been the biggest killer of all of these engagements. So let's see what they can bring into the action here when we've got such a nice western zone.
Yes, it is actually quite nice because, you know, like 20% of the zone is not playable area. So it's going to be very, very nice. The teams will have to struggle and just grind their way on through. As we know, the players there from Mo Esports, TEAMLAG, Triple Esports, and URUS Esports already concluded all 4 their matches. So let's see where the rest of the lobby is going to be able to push this one towards. Also, this is the addition now of Blackjack, Titan Gaming, Vampires, and the players there from VISTA. So maybe they can bring in a little bit of a shake-up as our teams get ready to just expand their options here. And already the expected drops over in towards Los Leones. We can see Blackjack, Arab Golden, and Wave going at their usual business. But I'm curious to see if we're going to have a bit of altercation this time.
We'll have to wait and see here. For the likes of Los Leones battle, I would imagine we shouldn't, because we've seen these teams be in these positions before. We know that they are capable of disengaging quite cleanly. The only question would then be how they enter into the zone, because that's where they can definitely see a little bit of action against the likes of Blackjack Esports, who we can just see on the minimap lurking about. So for Wave and Arab Golden, we'll see what information they manage to gather and what they're sort of feeling. Maybe they're not quite happy with taking such an early engagement, or maybe they think now it's now or never. As we wait to see, the rest of the team's very, very spread out. As you mentioned before, not a lot of space in that zone, so we're going to be seeing a lot of teams having to make some trips down to the west.
Yeah, if they want it, they got to fight for it. That's the only way that they're going to be able to secure those positions. And already, a lot of the prime real estate over on the western side it's occupied, right? We got Titans sitting up in towards that Valdelmar. CRYPTICS, they've got Chumacera. Monte Nuevo is under control of GREEDYFORKILLS. And then El Pozo is being held by Raad. So there's very limited options for these teams over on the east to move forward. Even Picado is occupied. We got Power Grid
Sure.
having a little bit of love being brought in there as well. So it's going to be a very challenging zone to get a good compound secured.
Yeah, you actually have to basically just give up on those main points of interest and just focus on some of the smaller, lesser known locations, some of the quieter rotations that you can deal with. But there's still some spacing to work with at the very least. If the teams choose to rotate now, if they choose to rotate later, look, different story, different times. But we'll see. Titans over here towards the south. I feel like we've been seeing them, just slowly but surely rising to the top. They brought back that sort of Titan energy. We've been talking about them a lot. We've seen them pick up a crazy amount of elimination to that point where I don't know if Triple will be able to catch up, because we know if we do want a team to be able to top the bonus point standings week after week, they need to be that dominating force. They need to constantly be at the forefront of our minds, and that hasn't been Triple today. Triple has been very unlucky with the way that they've been rotating.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe Triple are up to something. Maybe they're gonna surprise us with the insane performance coming through on today number 4, right? We don't know, but there's only one way to find out. We gotta, we gotta ride out that storm to know what the outcome will be. But I can't argue with what you said about Titans, because sure, they also got off to a little bit of a slower start in that first week. But once they kind of regained the momentum, they dust themselves off. And now they're just hitting back so hard. And it's going to make it that extra bit more challenging for, as you said, not only Triple, but anyone trying to catch up to them to be able to successfully accomplish that goal.
We'll have to take a look and see how much they've actually managed to do when we take a look at the overall standings a little bit later on. Just to remind everyone at home, when we started this day, there was not a single team that was on triple digits. There was Titans 1 point away from making it into the 100-pointer mark, but there was no one yet to crack it. And I think with all of the matches that we've had today, there might be a few teams who could potentially get into those triple digits, but we're going to need some explosive action for that to happen. For Ninja, I was going to say for Ninja. Yes, Ninja here from Vampires, who has the sneaky positions in the previous matches. They also have been just not lackluster, because we've spoken about them, we've been focusing on them, but we haven't seen the closing for the journey that they keep starting, the conversation they keep starting, the battles they keep starting. We just don't get that sort of, I would say, really enjoyable finish. They just disappear.
We want to see the follow-up, the follow-through. We want to see that come in, right? I mean, it's great being able to bring in a bit of a disruption, stop a few teams in their tracks. But then you got to evolve it, move it further from that point, and see how far you'll be able to push that. So who knows? Maybe Vampires could do exactly that as they continue to evolve, and we see that evolution coming through from all our teams. Some evolving obviously a little bit faster than others, but that is just the way that, well, evolution works, right? And you said that we had Titans coming in sitting on double digits at the start of the day. Of course, we can see the scores at the top of the screen there as well. And already Titans creating quite a bit of a gap between themselves and anyone looking to catch up, and that is just on this week's performances.
Yeah, Titans have definitely stepped on up. They were quiet in the first week, but they're back with a vengeance. They're back to their old Titan selves, and they're showcasing that experience that we know they have, that PMGC experience, the absolutely beautiful achievements that they've had in the previous season. This is now what they're going to be bringing and be able to show for it. But Vampires, as we were talking about them, seems like they have taken the attention here of Smash Esports, dropped a player, but should be able to get that res moved on up. It's just that question about the vicinity, right? So we've got Smash over this way, and then just behind Vampires, we obviously have to think about the looming threat that is going to be virtual gaming. So hopefully they'll be able to keep themselves alive. We still have a few more teams to rotate on in, so they could be coming through from the north and giving Vampires a little bit of trouble.
Yep, there could be quite a few stakes on that northern edge, but let's see where it will go. Raad, they've got a very interesting position all the way over on towards that far western side. I mean, Titan, they're not going to be all too bothered. This zone is playing very much in their favor. So we can also see the scores on the side of the screen there. 32-point difference between Titan and Wave. And that is quite the drastic difference, as we know, there's so much that has been happening out onto this battlefield. But with that zone centering up even more on towards the western front, things are going to tighten up. They're going to run out of space. But I love where this has moved, because that particular region, just south of RUKH's current positioning, it is so challenging, and it's such a mountainous area to play in.
Yeah, it's literally just copy paste of the previous Miramar, in all honesty, but it's just so much worse. That southern portion of the terrain, that's why you see a lot of teams trying to get there sooner rather than later, because trying to make rotations now when other teams are set up into those high treetops or high mountaintops, they have an opportunity to just take you down before you even get to your destination. They can do so much damage just on your rotations. So we'll wait and see who's going to be the first few teams to get themselves into the prime position. Already CRYPTICS liking where they're setting up. We can see the World of Battle already dealing damage here to Arab Golden, but it's quite a split up approach that they're taking.
Yeah, it is a very interesting approach, looking at how World of Battle are playing this one out. But here we go, now just riding that edge. They do find yet another player. Arab Golden fighting the dust on this one. There goes Wanted. And this is now the players here.
Ooh.
Oh, picking it up. Arab Golden, our first team to get sent on back. And as I'm just taking a look at the scores that we had coming into today, right? There was 1 point difference between Titan and Wave. 1.
Yikes.
Now that's developed into a 32-point difference.
Yikes. And there's still an opportunity for it to go even more, because Titans are still playing in this match. So yeah, look, this is what I was saying and what I was alluding to. You can't for a moment think that you can hesitate, that you have that spacing. The only time that you have a little bit of that safety net, a little bit of that opportunity to take a breather, is when you get yourself into the finals with a good amount of bonus points. Right now, it's anyone's game. It's anyone's winner chicken dinner. So fight it out and let's bring in some crazy performance. I feel like we've also been so close to getting a new elimination lead, right? We got so close to seeing a 16+ pointer game, or just purely based on eliminations, and the teams have been so consistent with bringing in 20-pointer games every single win, that I feel like there has to be a tipping point. We have to be able to see something just go crazy.
Well, we did see that one performance from Triple come through with 18 eliminations to their name. It wasn't a chicken dinner, but still a very impressive performance, right? The highest chicken that we've had so far, I believe, was 16 points.
Yeah.
16 eliminations. So we've not yet seen an 18 elimination chicken dinner come through, right? And I have to agree, I want to see a bit of a change up, right? I want to see how far these teams can push it. And who knows, right? Last game of the day, this is the perfect opportunity for teams to do exactly that, to create a little bit of fear in the opposition.
Yeah, so to make everyone think twice about trying to take you on. I like it, I like it. Like you said, setting yourself up for tomorrow, setting yourself up at least in terms of momentum, or at the very best, with a fantastic set of points. But let's take a look at this, the World of Battle. Just greeting VISTA Gaming as they make their rotation in, finding some beautiful compounds. Again, all of this out of the zone. Rotations still need to happen.
Yep, the rotations definitely need to come through. But here we go. It is going to be VISTA trying to find the opportunity onto the World of Battle. But again, I actually like this position coming through from VISTA, right on the edge of zone. And we could see a few teams actually trickling through Chumacera, trying to get themselves situated towards that western front. But will that one pan out? Because there's not a lot of teams left to move in. I mean, TIMEOUT being one of those potential teams that could come moving through. But as we look onto the edge, it is going to be Virtual Gaming Squad and the players all there from the World of Battle holding that edge. Out in the blue, RUKH Esports trying to play, I don't know if they're trying to play a hill strat or what's coming through here, but this is going to be a very risky approach.
Yeah, they're coming through from that northern side, and I can understand their hesitation. They need to get themselves ready because they're literally going through the Valley of Doom and potentially the Valley of their End. We can see Blackhand here to the right. We've got Vampires to the left. They're going to have to just make a run for it and hope that they're distracted. Otherwise, they were going to be fish in a barrel. But it looks like they should be able to get to these compounds, so they'll be able to set themselves up. It was a little bit worrisome, but it's okay. Everything's okay. Deep breaths, deep breaths. The World of Battle already on 5 eliminations, and you can see a couple of shots raining on through here from Vampires to Black Hand.
Yeah, and I mean, we've only got 4 teams currently with Elam's on the board, right? The World of Battle sitting on 5, Greedy with 2, Blackjack with 1, and Vista also sitting with 2 to their name. And it's interesting to see this deep into the game, sitting in that stage 3, about to hit stage 4, that we still have 15 teams up. I mean, I don't know why we're surprised by this anymore, because this happens
We'll
quite
always
often.
be surprised.
Yes, but I mean, 54 players still alive, and a lot of the positions that we see currently held is up on the high ground, right? The only team really down low is RUKH. Everyone else is situated up high.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you have to deal with. I mean, the southern portion of Miramar, it is treacherous, and you can see all of these valleys. If you find yourself in a rotation in that valley while a team is set up on the high ground with a perfect view right onto your position, it's tough. You don't want to be there. But let's take a look at the zone as it's busy closing on out. We've got a nice spread. Ooh, okay, so we're going to be moving on up to the north, really favoring the likes of RUKH, GREEDYFORKILLS finding a great position, and CRYPTICS as well, one of the few teams still within the center, or close to the center at least. So opportunities for those 3 teams to really capitalize, especially with everyone having to rotate on in from the outskirts.
I'm especially going to be looking at a team like RUKH, right? Because they've got an absolutely phenomenal setup in that southern edge of the zone. And they've got access to both sides, east and west. So I want to see what they're going to be doing with that position. We also have Titans just lurking up behind them. But speaking about lurking, it is going to be Smash and Wave getting ready for a little bit of the action here. Wave looking to actually take over the compound or the positioning here, but Black Nos is going to deny the first attempt. Let's see whether or not Smash could be looking to just change the mind of Wave, or maybe even send them back into the lobby.
Wave, as you said, they started off the day 1 point behind Titans, at the time, leaders of Phase 2. Now, this is an opportunity for them to climb on back, even if it's just a little bit. If they can just finish off this engagement, that is 4 points they can add to the tally. And a little bit more space to work with. And going to be caught on out, trying to rotate on back into those compounds. Is going to give the opportunity here to OneNock to do exactly what their namesake is giving. And now, for Smash, it is about recovery. It is about holding the line.
And Black Lost definitely having to hold that front line, as we do see the 3-piece from Wave advancing forward, not trying to time it to perfection. Does find the first one. 2 more yet to come. Oh, but they don't survive that hit as the S12K comes through. And this is where the pressure now turns onto Smash, whether or not they can bounce back. Rolex trying to get as much time here as they can find. It is Hemo up on the high ground again, sneaking on in with the auto shot. He does find the hit though, and there we go. It is OneNock finding Ilias in that trade. Things are looking very troubling now for Smash, but we still have Van holding on in that wing.
Oh, what is happening? I thought that was going to be going the way of Wave Esports, but no. Smash somehow, someway, actually closed that out. That's going to be devastating, because now Wave have done so much damage, and look who's coming for the cleanup. It is Black Hand, easy eliminations that they can just add to their tally.
Well, this was an absolutely great performance coming through here from Smash. I mean, it looked like Wave could have had the upper hand here, but as we look on, it is now Smash sitting down to a 2-piece Rolex and Ban. They got the full force of Black Hand situated between them, and a potential position moving in towards the zone. Blue is going to close up within the next 30 seconds or so. So there's going to be a lot of pressure riding on their shoulders. But as we move over down towards that southeastern side, it is going to be the World of Battle and CRYPTICS now having a bit of a trade-off here. We did have It's a Brood getting knocked down there for the side of Vista as well. But where will this one go? As CRYPTICS are still sitting on a 3-piece and looking to find the opportunity.
Let's see it come through into fruition. All the battle closing on out is going to be spotted up by CRYPTICS. They're holding a beautiful crossfire, trying to give themselves as much space, trying to work as a team, trying to hold on to every single member. Only a 3-piece to work with, so they need to be vigilant. We've got Titans now moving on in. They're going to be hearing all of this noise. They're actually going to be cutting Titans off. They're going to be losing a member almost immediately. And now Titans spread out and alone.
Wow, that is a very interesting approach coming through on that southern edge of the zone. But here we go, the wall of battle, continuing on with the onslaught towards the side of CRYPTICS. CRYPTICS now just keeping their distance. They don't want to full send it just yet, looking to create a bit of an opportunity. But it's going to be a 3v2 altercation here, as we can see. Players from the world of battle already sitting with 7 eliminations under their belt. They could be looking to add quite a few more to their tally. But it's going to be Mohammed now getting spotted out as Hamadi reaches in all the way from Blackjack. And this could be exactly the opening that the CRYPTICS are looking for.
You thought, but Greedy4Kills have literally just shut down Blackjack Esports almost immediately as they were trying to help out. Yeah, Greedy4Kills said no. Now it's all going to be down to the world of battle, but CRYPTICS are just too quick on their feet. So it's an immediate turnaround on either side. Looks like we might even say goodbye to Blackjack, but in the meantime, VISTA have jumped on into the action. They want a piece of the pie. And now will they be able to find or capitalize onto El Chapo, who has been isolated?
Well, this could be a great opportunity for VISTA to do exactly that. They also have the numbers advantage, but will they be able to utilize that to their favor? I mean, El Chapo not in the easiest position. Down they go. Let's see where this one is going to be taking us to. Titans up on the hill, also getting spotted. Puncher having quite a bit of that health now, just getting ripped right on out of them. But here we go, Lazy Boy and the rest of CRYPTICS. Trying to make the stand here. Oh, and this is going to be a very, very shaky play. But VISTA also looking to mobilize, and both teams now just out in the open, running for a bit of ground. Nagato getting traded on up, and it is now up to Marshall and Lazy Boy to hold on for the last little bit here for CRYPTICS.
Titans looming up on the high ground, could get involved at any point in time and just steal all of these eliminations away from CRYPTICS or put an end to their onslaught. But it looks like Titans are dealing with a bit of damage as well. We're going to be saying goodbye to VISTA. The shots are going to be moving on in. It is Blackjack who's trying to get on up with some eliminations. Virtual Gaming, they've got one member just sneaking on about in the smoke that is getting put on fire with a couple of nades. And yep, that's Greedy4Kills. Greedy4Kills have just taken out Virtual Gaming. They took out half of Blackjack. They're up to something.
Yeah, I mean, they're already sitting up on 7 elims to their name, so maybe we could see a little bit of some come through on that front. Meanwhile, it's going to be Hamadi now trying to reach over into the Titans. Fortunately, Phonics is there to provide the backup because Puncher just put an immediate stop to that play. But there we go. Titans now down to a 1-piece as Puncher needs to regain a little bit of ground. Ooh, Nossa just lurking on that ridge line. Axa is down and out, and off they go. Meanwhile, there's going to be a Hamadi to get confirmed up as Marshall rush on in with that M249. Phonics now on the ridge, trying to see if they can maybe pick up a little bit of something along the way here. But it's going to be a serious case of that cat and mouse yet again up and down this hillside.
No one really wants to be the first one to be taken out, because as soon as there's that one hit, that one wonder, then that is going to be the end of Blackjack. Phonics holding on for dear life. Marshall cooking up a beautiful nade. Might make the connection as Lazy Boy is closing the distance. Phonics holding on. That trigger has to be here, and it looks like CRYPTICS will be taking the plunge. Marshall will be going on in a 1v1, and he will be winning it out. So we say goodbye, but now we have to look forward because we've got 9 teams still up. We've got 24 players still alive. And currently, Marshall running with 6 eliminations. My goodness.
Wow. I mean, it's looking pretty healthy, right? CRYPTICS definitely looking to make a bit of a statement. 9 eliminations in total to their name. But up comes the players here from Greedy, trying to push in on that eastern front. Not having a clear line of sight, but they do spot out Puncher. Way off in the last one left. Ooh. Now they look to play their hand at CRYPTICS, but Lazy Boy with a quick response sends it over on towards Nossa. But I like this approach coming through from Greedy, just keeping their players pretty close, but not too close to be in danger of getting hit by those utilities.
Yeah, just peeking and prodding out, trying to get some information, trying to whittle down the HP bars. And at the end of the day, they're utilizing their numbers advantage here, right? I mean, it's a 2v4. They have an opportunity here to just keep on taking a war of attrition, but unfortunately for them, CRYPTICS will be taking out a disengagement right behind RUKH, so it's going to be spelling a little bit of disaster for them with their later rotation. For now, though, they are safe. We've got a few more stragglers in the likes of Titans with only 1. We've got Smash still yet to move on into the zone, and it looks like we've got a few potential other stragglers on the western side. Ooh, Smash, goodbye, sorry.
Yeah, that was a smash hit. Well done, well played. We do see Pancha now just adding a little bit more to the tally. CRYPTICS keeping it nice and quiet behind Raad, but Raad, they've spotted them, laid eyes, and now they want to see what they can get done. Not only are they focusing on CRYPTICS, but they also want to try and pick up Pancha in that trade. Meanwhile, Vampires down to stop the last Lone Ranger, now having to try and venture up into the zone. Oh, but it's going to be a little bit of a shaky play. A stop also then gets ended, and it's Vampires getting backed up in 8th place. But here we have it, down to our final 7 teams. Greedy up on the ridge. They've got RUKH just up ahead of them. And again, we could see that elevation really working in their favor.
Oh, Greedy for kills. Prime opportunity finding Marshall, who was at the time being our elimination leader on this map. You can see Blackhand also jumping on in. RUKH, oh, it's a double time. We've got Greedy for kills and Blackhand just basically cyberbullying RUKH right now out of this map. We'll have to wait and see if they're going to be holding on for dear life, or will they be able to just move on forward?
Well, we'll find out soon enough. Meanwhile, can be a very risky play. RUKH also now getting spotted out on that ridge as we wait to see where the next zone is going to be taking us. Storm, fortunately, being there to provide a bit of a helping hand. The zone now centers up over on towards the players there from the Mind Weapon. And, well, not really centering up, but, you know, they're kind of there. Raad also being very well situated. And here we go. Zuxi finds a quick trade on towards Bronsberg. And now it's only Rummy left to deal with.
Zuxi mad. Zuxi wants elims. Right now, that connection is just around the corner. RUKH going to be taking that move on in. Mini 4 teams, man, they make the connection. But RUKH will manage to just stay alive. Maybe. Ah, I take it back. I take it back.
Oh. There we go. Zuxi with the spot on hits, and that's going to be the end of the road. CRYPTICS also meeting their end. Down to 5 teams we go. Greedy being alongside the players from Blackhand, who are yet to get themselves secured. But look at that. Greedy already sitting up on 15 eliminations. RUKH and the rest of Blackhand trying to make a bit of a play down on towards that southern side. The Mind Weapon not playing it super quiet and cautious, not going to be looking to expose themselves unnecessarily.
This is going to be a bit of an interesting one. For Greedy for kills, though, they have to fight their way into the zone. Because, again, as soon as they basically extend past that tree line, they're going to be exposing themselves to Raad, they're going to be exposing themselves to the Mind Weapon, and, of course, Blackhand on this ridgeline. You can see they already have perfect line of sight onto Greedy for kills, so it is a very tough approach. But just like that, they managed to at least get them into zone. Now, potentially, they can buy themselves a little bit of time, take it quiet. Have to wait and see what the rest of the teams are going to be planning to bring.
Well, let's hope it's something exciting, because we are down to 4 teams. 2 squads sitting on a full 4-piece. Blackhand sitting on 3. Mind Weapon sitting on 2. But for how much longer will the Mind Weapon be sitting? As we can see, White Boy and Zar about to find themselves in a very sticky situation.
Hello.
White Boy gets the knock on Rhino, but does fall immediately after that. And now it turns to Zar to see whether or not they'll be able to survive, but the door gets broken down, so there's no more hiding. Up comes the nade, forces Zar outside, the molly is on him, and Fivo just ends them right then and there.
Honestly, I did not expect that coming through here from Greedy for kills. They moved on into Mind Weapon. They didn't even wait for an opportunity. They created one for themselves. Took that 2-2 split and took a chance, but they made it work. And now they should be able to get themselves back up to a full 4-piece again. So we'll be looking at a 4v4v3 with the Blackhand. Hold on. They have sent one down, so they're running that 1-2 split. They have to be careful how they take these engagements. And RUKH, oh, please don't peek.
No,
don't peek.
No, the headshots coming through. Zuxi just waiting patiently. And of course, you know, the patience pays off as they get a knock. Now Storm going to try and maybe rotate over on towards RUKH. Plaza still just hanging back, trying to provide that extra coverage. And ooh, the suppression comes through. Storm makes it up, but oh, so exposed as Zuxi doubles down and gets yet another knock. Is Plaza going to follow suit, or maybe just stay there?
We said at 18 eliminations were the highest that we've seen so far. The highest with the winner chicken dinner was 16, and now already Greedy for kills are looking like they might be going for a bit of a record here. Raad holding onto this church line, but again, they're out of the zone. They're not being very, very blessed right now because they have to fight either Greedy for Kills or Black Hand if they want to get a better position.
Oh, but here we go. They're making that dash, trying to challenge Plaza here for the positioning. But look at this, opens up the opportunity. Nosa now reaching in. The vehicle explosion takes out the majority of Raad. And of course, it is going to be Black Hand looking quickly to close up that play. Hazem, again, still going to be holding on to the church, but the blue zone is going to be closing in, forcing their hand. Greedy now expanding as they move in. It's only going to be Plaza. But it's going to be a 1v2. Nossa's Luxie stepping up. They find a little bit of damage. Oh, jump shot. That is it. Black Hand goes down. And now it is going to be Raad standing between Greedy and that winner chicken dinner, already sitting up to 20 eliminations. The knock comes in. But here we go. It is going to be a full-on rush coming through from Rhino. Doesn't get the hit, but down goes again. Now Nossa up on the high ground, looking to see if they can find Hazem to clutch that winner chicken dinner. The nade is being cooked up, about to find its way on down. Hazem getting centered up. Up comes the bounce. Oh, finds quite a bit of damage, but not enough to lock it in just yet. Hazem not going to be giving up, and here we go. Oh, the sprays are through, and that is Greedy on an absolute rampage, securing themselves a finish of 22 eliminations alongside the winner chicken dinner.
I said they were up to something. I said they were up to something. There it is, the new record, 22 eliminations with the winner chicken dinner, a total 32 bomb. Our first 30 bomb, I believe it is, DK.
Yeah.
So, congratulations, last map on a Friday, and you pick up a 30 bomb. My goodness.
I mean, what a way to go into this weekend. I mean, 22 eliminations in and of itself it's pretty insane. But going into a chicken dinner with that, dropping a 30 bomb in the new point system, I mean, we've not seen this happen yet, right? And I mean, that is absolutely insane. What a way to play the final game of the day, close off this third day for the week, and of course the first day of the weekend. I mean, there's still 2 more days to go. Greedy for kills, I mean, they were not only greedy, they just went over and above.
Again, we keep saying this, but they have the best namesake. I mean, the fact that we're talking about Greedy for Kills having the best elimination record with the winner chicken dinner, just whoever chose the name, honestly, you deserve an award of your own. But that was fantastic. Let's just go remind ourselves how fantastic that was.
We said before that we've had a few teams that took aim at everything that moved. But I think it's safe to say that Greedy really lived up to that. I mean, looking back at those replays, they just pushed on anything that looked out of place, right? Even if it was just a little bit of an odd pixel, they were like, you know what? Let's go see. And then they went in and then they just got their hits.
Like I said, I was pretty impressed with the way in which they were handling themselves. They were just ready to take a risk, to take a 2-2 split, and they had a tough rotation. I mean, they were one of the only teams that didn't have zone towards the end. They had to constantly fight their way into zone and risk themselves actually going out. But yeah, I'm going to be speechless soon, so let's just go and take a look at the rankings so that we can talk a little bit about something else for like 5 seconds.
Well, I mean, we'll continue with this for a little while longer, right? 32 points, as you've already mentioned, coming in. And that is an absolutely insane performance coming through from Greedy. But CRYPTICS keeping it very, very, very close, right? Very...
You can't say that.
They are. I mean, 9 eliminations. Okay, sure, it doesn't measure up to 22.
It's
but
11 to 32.
it's CRYPTICS still picking up strong elimination counts. I mean, okay, sure. Greedy now really changed the definition of a high elimination count. But still, I
This
mean,
is
it's
wild.
impressive to see. I mean, the World of Battle also then coming through with 7 there. Black Hand picking up 4, securing themselves 9 points in total. It was a tough spread, but speaking about tough spreads, let's see what the second page looks like. Of course, we know Smash sitting on 4 points in 8th place, and well, moving into 9th, it is going to be 3. But surprisingly enough, right, even though Greedy got 22, which is the equivalent of 5.5 teams, right?
Yeah.
There's only 3 teams that did not find a single point.
Yeah, well, at least 14 that didn't find a single elimination. But there's at least a little bit of a spread. There's not that many teams going into the donut shop as one would expect with such a wild first team running, but it's still pretty crazy considering this is a Miramar and you would expect that there'd be a bit more space, a bit more of a spread, but it's just how it came down to the end of it. But I'm liking what we're talking about. I'm liking that we're talking about such a wild record in the first place, but the fact that that record is coming from a team like GREEDYFORKILLS and not, the Titans or CRYPTICS or Wave or Triple, it means that we're bringing in a different set of conversational topics. We're bringing in a different set of teams that we're now going to be worried about. I mean, you were talking about putting in some fear. Yeah, the rest of the team should be a bit worried.
Yeah, I mean, they installed quite a bit of fear in that name. But speaking about fear, let's take a look at the overall rankings to get a bit of an idea as to how much movement these teams have brought in. I mean, Titan Gaming, as we know, right? We mentioned this before. They started the day being 1 point ahead of the squad from Wave, who came in on their heels. I mean, they changed that up entirely. And now we can see them sitting there on 142 points. That is quite the drastic jump that we've seen from Titan Gaming. To put it into perspective, I mean, Titans, they added an additional 43 points to their name, but the biggest jump that we've seen today is going to be the players there from Greedy. They started off in 10th place with 40 points. They've now cracked the max for the day. 77 points to their name. Just process that. That is 77 points. I mean, Triple Esports back on day 5, right, of phase 1 got 74. So this is 3 points more than what Triple Esports did back in phase 1.
So we have 2 PMPL Africa records now being broken for 2023. It is the highest elimination count of the winner chicken dinner, and it's the highest amount of points in a single day of play.
Yeah.
The second one to be confirmed later. But yeah, this is what we're looking at. GREEDYFORKILLS, massive jump from second page to first page. Wave Esports, unfortunately, did not have a great day. They only picked up 7 points in total, so they are going to be dropping down to third place, which honestly is not that bad, considering the way that they had so much challenges. And the rest of the teams really picking up a beautiful amount of points. You got CRYPTICS and RUKH getting closer and closer to the top, but again, really, really good showing from them today. They also moved up from 12th to 8th, so they also made fantastic progress, and I want to see more of that coming back tomorrow.
I mean, RUKH doubled their points, right? Yesterday, I'm referring to the previous day, right? They only brought in 16 points. Today, they brought in 32 points. So great improvements, rather, coming through there from the side of RUKH. But let's venture over onto the second page to see what is going to be cooking on that front, as we started off with the players there from the Mind Weapon. We've not been seeing all too much from today, right? Only 4 eliminations that they secured for the entire day. They were, however, capitalizing on placement, securing themselves 10 points in total, adding to the total 14 points that they were able to scooch on through here. But yeah, it was a tough day. URUS, on the other hand, they stepped up, right? 24 points to their name in comparison to, well, the 35. I mean, okay, maybe not stepped up, but still keeping in some pretty consistent points.
There's progress, which is what we basically want to focus on. There are going to be teams that are going to have to unfortunately fall down a little bit when we have teams literally climbing 10 spots in a single day. It's to be expected. So for the likes of Blackjack, who went from 7th to 13th, or a few other teams that have just gone down a little bit, it's okay. You still have 2 more days of play for this phase. But just don't let it stop you, because we want to see these teams climbing. We want to see them
Mm.
making these final pushes up the standings. And in terms of teams we really want to see improve, we take a look at that last page. We've got 4 teams specifically that we want to hopefully be screaming their names for, and that's going to be TIMEOUT, Mo Esports, TEAMLAG, and Vampires. I said Vampires, they've been in and out. They just haven't seen that follow through. TEAMLAG, I mean, they were being cyberbullied by Blackjack today, so it's okay. We understand. Mo
Mm.
Esports, very happy to see their progress. Very
Yep.
happy to see them making a difference. And for TIMEOUT, they picked up 1 point. 1
Yep.
point from today.
Yeah, I mean it's a bit of a tough one, but you know it is what it is at the end of the day. And I mean, what's great to see Mo Esports also catching up to just being 1 point behind like Esports. So you know things are looking on the up and up. And speaking about on the up and up, we also have to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. So much love going out to them. But I gotta say, right, today being a very, very exciting day, as we were kind of expecting to see come through into day number 3. But I think tomorrow, the teams are going to be taking it even further, just, you know, upping the ante even more so.
Absolutely, they have no reason to stop. There's so many opportunities. We've already seen so many glimmers of hope. We've already seen so many potential changes coming through from these teams and strategy they're employing that are really working for them. Greedy for kills, whatever you did in that last map, do it again tomorrow, please. So, very excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be all about consistency. And of course, that is where we are going to be leaving you for today. So thank you so much for everyone for joining in on all the action that these teams brought to the battlefield. We look forward to seeing you all back again tomorrow. Same time, same place. You know where to find us. And well, until then, stay fresh, stay frosty, and have a fantastic evening.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Go, go, go!